I find your lack of faith disturbing. I find your lack of faith disturbing.
I love the show. I love you guys. Fucking, let's go Jets. Jets, Jets.
No, I'm beating you with my mind. And I can still dominate, I think.
Dane, you're a legend, bro.
Well, that stinks. Let me know if you hear me, guys. I had some, basically, if you hook up any piece of equipment after you come into the studio, it tells you it's working, but then when you go live, it's not. Let me know if you can hear me now, because apparently you didn't hear me before, and I just dropped the location of Atlantis, and I guess you guys missed it. Waiting on the chat to let me know if they hear me now. All right, cool. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Like I said, you just missed the Powerball numbers, the location of Atlantis. And yeah, sorry about that. But dude is stupid. Like, if once you come into the studio, like, then I turned these on. Then I hooked up my mic, and I should have known better, but yeah, it's a bug. It's a bug. I don't know if StreamYard does the same thing, but I should have realized and just refreshed before I hit go live. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Right? What are you going to do? But anyways, what I was saying before, besides, all the juicy stuff, welcome, dude. Welcome. It's Friday again. Love it. Weeks are flying by. Maybe a little too fast. Co-host Daniel is not going to make it tonight, so I did pin the call-in link earlier than usual. Figured that I would see if anybody wants to call in tonight. I know we don't typically have a million people calling, but some of you guys I haven't talked to in a while. It's been 3 weeks. What do you guys think, man? What do you think of this team? Because I'm sure you've been tracking me along the way, and it's like we're taking steps like this, man, and the steps aren't exactly that shallow. We're taking big steps. Have we arrived? What do you think? I mean, Malachi Corley has a high of 1 snap per game. We haven't used him yet. Mike Williams is barely getting targeted right now. Braylon Allen, 20-some carries all season. All of these three things are going to change. You got Garrett that's not in sync with Rodgers yet. You got Will McDonald, only going against 3 different offensive tackles so far. He's going to learn more things. But man, is Rodgers not playing well right now or what? I would say that there's definite times he's carried us so far. Now, does he have to do that all year? No. But the longer he carries us right now, then you get these other guys involved. Can Braylon handle more? Can Corley play a role? Can Mike Williams take a little bit off of Lazard, please? Because as good as Lazard is right now, like, he'd be even better as a number 3 or number 4 guy. We saw the synergy between Rodgers and our tight ends this last week. Got a stat for you, by the way. He targeted Rucker and Conklin 8 times. Out of those 8 times, 7 were completed. 7 out of 8. Out of those 7 that were completed, 6 were first downs. That's clutch, man. And that 7th one that wasn't a first down, well, it was 1st and 10, and we got 9. So, like, bro, when he goes to the tight ends, A, it's working, and B, it's working for chunks. I love it. So, that'll continue to blossom. Like I said, Mike Williams gets better. Lazard goes more the boomer bust route instead of, like, the consistent route. Garrett will get better. Dude, this team is coming along. What do you think about it? I mean, I'm just spouting stuff off the top of my head, not pre-planned, and, like, there is so many positives. So many. There's ones I haven't even named, dude. And we'll get into that. I want to get into a good bit of what this matchup with Denver looks like. Because as good as 2-1 looks and sounds, which has us top 5 in the conference. If you notice my thumbnail, we are 5th in the AFC. How long has it been since we could say that? As good as 2-1 sounds and a 2-game winning streak, 3-1 is where it's at, man. And let's close out this month being 3-1. I think all of us would have signed for that. All of us. We would have signed for that the last decade, man. But yeah, we're grooving, man. Anyways, I see some people here. I just want to shout them out. Got 13 on YouTube. Got a handful more on Twitter joining us. I did say that I pinned the call-in link. If you want to call in, keep it jet related, obviously. But I'm willing to talk for 10 or 15, man. If you want to chop it up, I want to hear your takes. Because, like I said, I haven't talked to a lot of you guys. And I may have talked to you before week 3. But if you ask me, this team 1 week ago and this team now, bro, your opinion had to change. And it had to change rather drastically. Because we finally got a glimpse of all things clicking. And I don't know if anybody realized that it would be this soon. I mean, we all wanted it to be week 1, but did anyone believe it would be week 1? And then after week 1, I think a lot of us were like, okay, can it click by Halloween? So the fact that we won week 2 in spite of being our best, and then we're not at our best. We're not. I would say week 2 was 50%. I would say week 3 was 75 or 80%. And that might be an overstatement. I mean, it might have been more at like 70. But anyways, we're going to get into that. I do have a caller right now. Just give me 1 minute, caller. We'll get to you in 1 second. I want to shout out the people that were here bright and early. Roger, I saw right away. Stack, my dudes. Snowball in the house. Good to see you, brother. Appreciate you letting me know I was muted because you were the first one that I noticed. And then Midnight Mike, I saw you too. Appreciate you, brother. Sean said he'll be gone, but he's coming back. Enjoy that violin. You have to tell me more about that one day, man. But yeah, dude, Friday night. Glad to see you guys. Content all over the place. Got meetups out there. But dude, I don't know. Are you as excited to play the Sean Payton led Denver Broncos in our building as I am? Because as good as the home opener was, dude, having them, they're currently shacked up in West Virginia, waiting to come and play us. Inopportune. I'll take it. I have some keys to the game that I can show you guys, brought to you by Next Gen Stats. We'll look at those. I saw Johnny in here. Welcome, dude. Good show. Love Leany, man. Great get there. Mike the Stat Guy here. Hello, brother. And like I said, Daniel Murph not going to make it tonight. He has some fun things going on. So shout out to him. When you see him, ask him how his night went. But it sounds like it'll be a good night for him. So what that does is that opens up the calls, man. And like I said, we already have someone. So let's get to them now. And I'll get to the rest of you guys here in a second, because I want to hear what this guy has to say. And it'll also give me a chance to shut off my fan over there, because I'm sure you guys can probably hear that. 1 second here. Turn myself down a little bit, because I'm usually a little louder than the other person. But anyways, without further ado, let me see what this guy thinks of the week 1 through 3 New York Jets, and maybe a little bit of what he thinks we'll see as the week 4 Jets are about to show their heads. So without further ado, Mr. Charles Gorman. What's up, brother?
Hey, Dana, how are you?
Not bad, man. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Can't wait for Sunday. I think our offense is going to be the story, somewhat like it was last week. I think Aaron Rodgers still has something to prove. We all know he played great on Thursday night, but let's be for real. That to me was a fraction of Aaron Rodgers' greatness. I'm not saying he was bad. I'm not saying he's washed like some of these idiots are. But I think, he is going to be even greater than he was Thursday night versus the Patriots. Because I think Denver at this point still has like a top 3, top 5 defense, I think, based on their performance on against the Broncos.
You know what? He just did a really good in week 3. He did a really good job of finding the open man. And I think you're right. There's going to be more open guys moving forward, for one.
Yeah. Plus, I think I like the fact that Mike Williams has been getting more involved these past couple of weeks. As I said, I'm a huge fan of Mike Williams. I think he's a very talented, very good wide receiver. Our offensive line so far has been amazing. The pass protection has been great. Our running game, our run blocking has gotten better. But Aaron Rodgers, man, he looks good, man. I mean, Aaron Rodgers for a guy. Yes, Snowball, I am aware we beat a horrible team by 3 touchdowns like we were supposed to do, but
we couldn't do that in the past. Like, we just do what you're supposed to do. That's all we ask now. It's a talented team.
Yeah, that has been both an issue with the coaching and with the player personnel that we've had. But now that we have the player personnel and the coachings finally stepping up their game, I just really cannot wait for this Sunday. I know I was originally going to be on Jets Media Day, but I had a change of heart. Something came up. But I do want to give Rickie a huge shout out on this channel. He's a good guy. I met him in person when he and Jake Asman, huge shout out to him, did their meetup at oh God, what the hell was that place?
I don't know, but I would recommend everybody meet these guys at least once, man. That's what those meetups are for, so they can meet everybody at least once. I know some people go to every single one, that's different if you're local, but like everybody should go at least once.
What was that? Mexican. It was a Mexican restaurant that I
I know
remember.
what you're talking about. The one that you got the Uber from or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Mike
don't
the
know
Stat Guy wants to know my score prediction.
Yeah.
Look, Sean Payton's gonna get his yards. He's gonna get his yards. He's gonna get his points. Oh, thank you, Snowball. Don Jose, thank you. It was gonna come up to me.
Score prediction.
I'd say 31-21 Jets.
Nice. So big scoring game. Okay. Nice.
I definitely see our offense putting up some 30 points. That's my score prediction, 31-21 Jets over the Broncos.
Do you think Brees gets back on track?
Huh?
Do you think Brees gets back on track?
Well, Brees has been good. He hasn't been great just yet, but I think he will I expect Brees Hall to have a big game against Denver. I mean, he's killed Denver his last two outings. You know, the year he tore his ACL and MCL and, what the hell was it? Week 6 of last year? No, week 5 of last year.
2 years ago.
Yeah, week 6 of 2022, and he ran all over them in week 5 of last year. Yeah. So, and that's when we had a crappy offense. So,
right, dude, we beat him. Dude, he made it his mission last year to win that game all by himself, and I love to see that. I don't know how.
I don't think Brees Hall's going to win the game, but I don't think Brees Hall has to win the game by himself anymore, considering the wide receivers we have, the quarterback that we have. I think it's going to be more of an Aaron Rodgers show, but I think it's going to be a really good game from Brees Hall. I expect Brees Hall to gain at least 70 to 80 yards rushing, maybe get a few more receiving yards as well. Look, man, you're going to counter some delusional fans, Mike the Stat Guy. I mean, that comes from all fan bases. I mean, we got some delusional Jets fans. Not saying all Jet fans are delusional. Don't attack me, my people. We got delusional fans everywhere. There's going to be some delusional knuckleheads everywhere. So,
have you got to see Bo Nix at all
this year?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got 4 interceptions to 0 touchdown passes. He does have a couple of rushing touchdowns. He did have a pretty good game against.
Have you seen him? Yeah.
Against the Buccaneers last week,
yeah.
Last week, I mean, yeah, I'm sorry. But look, he has yet to throw his first touchdown pass. You know, I think, if there's a rookie quarterback this year that has definitely wowed people, that has definitely in a lot of ways kind of lived up to the hype, it's Jaden Daniels of Washington. I mean, this dude is the truth, man. This guy hasn't turned the ball over. He hasn't thrown an interception. He hasn't lost a fumble. I mean, if you watch that game versus the Cincinnati Bengals, he picked them apart, man. He picked them apart.
Dude, that touchdown pass.
The whole freaking game. And that throw he made.
Jesus Christ.
Terry McLaurin was incredible.
Yeah, it was incredible. He got blasted on it, and he didn't flinch, man. How many rookies aren't going to flinch in that scenario?
Well, that's the thing, man. That's the thing. Not every rookie quarterback's going to be like a Dan Marino or a Brock Purdy or Andrew Luck or a Robert Griffin III, which, by the way, I think Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback Washington has drafted since Robert Griffin III. I pray to God Almighty his career does not end up like Robert Griffin III, where injuries destroy his career down the stretch. Because remember how amazing he was his first year. The guy was electrifying his rookie year, then injuries destroyed his career, and that's the end of it.
That was a travesty because he was electric that year. And I would have loved to see, man. Yeah, I would have loved to see him stick around at that caliber.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, you gotta. Sorry, I'm checking on the Yankee game. My apologies.
That's all right. I do have someone behind you, so let me ask you this: is this? I'm sure you know a Pat Surtain. Is this the week for Garrett, or do you think it's just an overall team game?
Well, Pat Surtain, I know a lot of Jet fans don't like it for some oddball reason. I think he's a very good football player. I think was a very good football player. I mean, his father was a very good football player for many years. So, I mean, Pat Surtain is one of the best corners in the NFL, whether people want to admit it or not. Is he better than Sauce? Probably not. But he's a good player, and people have to respect that. Like, I know a lot of Jet fans wonder, why don't you hate this player? Why don't you hate that player? I don't hate – let me tell you something. I judge players based on their talent and character on the football field. Unless if they're awful human beings, then I'll shit on them.
Yeah.
Like, one player, I felt insulted. You may remember this guy. I felt insulted when he got that big contract extension in 2014. Jay Cutler. When he got that contract extension in 24 by the Bears, I'm like, I'm insulted. I was taught and raised to work hard for my money. This guy hasn't done shit for the Bears, and he gets a big boy money chair.
What about that Mark Sanchez extension? Didn't make you feel the same way a few years prior?
Well, at least he took us. Well, he helped. Well, I know he wasn't great. I understand that. But in his first two seasons, we were in the AFC Championship game. Where the hell was Jay Cutler? Oh, chilling out with his wife, with the kids and everything, and getting hurt, not playing the NFC title game when his team needs him the most, and watching Caleb Haney steal the show. Like, why don't you make him the fucking franchise quarterback, not this idiot? Anyway,
Lauren Cohan, I think, is that the name that's coming to mind. His wife.
Yeah, I'm sure she's attractive. But anyway, the point being is that I felt insulted when Jay Cutler got that extension. And,
how dare him?
Robert F., you pretty much said it the exact same way. Jay Cutler was the best of the worst and an above-average quarterback. Yeah, you could pretty much say that he was. I mean, the guy was so talented from a size point of view, arm strength, mobility, athleticism. He was just a lazy son of a bitch, and that's what pissed me off. So probably you're wondering,
has there ever been a good quarterback?
Because
has there ever been a good
when you go watch a football game, whether the Jets are on or not, you are there to watch a person showcase their talent and character on the football field. Nothing else. I know a lot of Jet fans have criticized Josh Allen these past couple of years. Even more so these past couple of years because he hasn't been that great in the playoffs. And I know the Buffalo Bills. I said the Bills, Johnny boy, not the Hills. This ain't a horror movie.
The Hills is Lauren Cohan. His wife is from the show called The Hills. Yes.
Yeah, I've heard about that. The Hills Have Eyes. Yeah, I've heard about that.
No, anyway, not have eyes.
Josh Allen is a good player. He's tremendously talented. He's got the size, he's got the athleticism, he's got the arm strength. He's a tough son of a bitch. The past couple of years when Ken Dorsey was the offensive coordinator, it was a turnover machine. For what I've seen under Joe Burrow, look, I know the Jaguars, they suck right now. The Cardinals, they're a tough team, but they're not very good for the moment. And the Dolphins, they got no quarterback, no offensive line. But Josh Allen did what he had to do. He gave the ball to his playmakers. Keon Coleman scores a touchdown.
Singletary?
Singletary's on the Giants now.
Or no. Yeah, you're right.
James Cook. Ty Johnson, former Jet.
Kincaid.
I love Kincaid. He's a very
So
good
do
tight
I.
end.
That's one of my favorite tight ends in the league right now, man.
Dawson Knox is no scrub. The Bills have a good offensive line. Their defense is starting to cook up a little bit. But the thing is, Josh Allen needs to do better in the playoffs. Like when in his first playoffs, we're talking about playoffs. Jim Morris Sr., shout out to him. Anyway, in his first 3 years in the playoffs, Josh Allen actually played very well. But these past couple of years, not so much. I think with Joe Brady, who, by the way, was the offensive coordinator for Joe Burrow when he was at LSU. When he was in LSU, Joe Burrow had a career year. That's when he won the Heisman Trophy. That's what made him become the number 1 overall pick in the 2020 draft. And yeah, Roger F., you're 100% correct. You know, he took us. I wouldn't say it was a huge stab at Diggs, but it was kind of let them know. I think it was kind of let the people know that, you know, people think that Stephon Diggs made me an elite quarterback. That's not the complete truth or even the entire truth at all. Brian Dable helped coach him, who's now the head coach of the Giants, and so far is looking like having an egg on his face because Daniel Jones has been very inconsistent for the Giants, which is what?
I cannot shake the comp of Josh Allen being a lot like a younger Ben Roethlisberger. What do you think of that comp?
I think he's a Ben Roethlisberger with a stronger arm.
Fair. That's fair.
But the trend is yours, friend. Josh Allen can't. I think he can get the job done, to be brutally honest. I know some people are going to say, how dare you, Charles? How dare you say that? I'm just being real. I'm not a fake New York Jet fan like some people think I may be. Josh Allen is a damn good quarterback. And
does he have a ring if Patrick Mahomes was never born?
The thing is, I remember when people said the same shit about Peyton Manning. That he would get all these commercials. But remember, it took Peyton Manning a while to get going to being the legend, especially in the regular season. You know, his first year he was terrible. Second year he improved, but he still wasn't great. Third year he got better. Fourth year he got better. And then he became the legend. Peyton Manning is still regarded by a lot of people as the best quarterback in the history of the NFL's regular season. People said no quarterback was more dominant than him in the regular season when it came to Peyton Manning. But honestly, when it came to the playoffs, it took Peyton Manning a while to get going in the postseason. He struggled. He lost in 99 to the Titans, lost in 2000 to the Dolphins. I think it was to the Dolphins. I could be wrong.
Question from the chat, Charles. Has anyone ever told you that you look like Rudy Rudiger?
No, I never heard of that. Thank you. I never heard of that man.
From Rudy, the movie, Notre Dame.
Oh, you mean Sean Astin? Sean Austin?
Yes.
I like him. He's a good actor. I never heard that compliment, but thank you, Mike, the stat guy. Anyways,
what do you think of Al? Just to get you back.
Best thing the Bills did was get rid of those diva wide receivers. I mean, you're not wrong, Alan. I mean, listen, but Stephon Diggs did put up some mean stats with Josh Allen. He was never
could be a diva though. We'll see. But I could see Keon
Roger F said, screw Peyton Manning. He stayed in Tennessee when he chose to stay in Tennessee. That was his choice. He chose it. I have nothing against Peyton Manning in that regard. And he recommended Adam Gase maybe because he wanted to give Adam Gase a second chance of being a head coach. Listen, I don't think he intentionally wanted to screw our franchise. I don't think Peyton Manning is that guy to screw a franchise. Because I think, maybe he and Adam Gase are close friends and he said, look, give my friend a job or something. But I know Adam Gase was a terrible head coach. But it is what it is. Anyways, Peyton Manning struggled a lot. Did I say something wrong?
No, I'm just trying to get you back to the Jets talk. That's all.
Peyton Manning struggled in the playoffs, and, Josh Allen, I think he'll get better in the playoffs. But as for our beloved New York Jets, we just got to win this game against Denver. I mean, be smart defensively. I will say this, Jamien Sherwood has played very good football. He did very well taking over C.J. Mosley. I know a lot of us Jet fans love C.J. Mosley. That was one of the few rare good signings by the douchebag Mike McCagnon. CJ Bolton's been a gem for us when he plays. I know some people think he's average. I strongly disagree with that crap. I think he's better than average.
Hey,
I
we can
think
use
he
all
may be
three. We
Huh?
can use all three of them guys. They feel like people got to choose Sherwood or Mosley. Bro, we can use all three.
Quincy Williams is playing very well this year. Granted, I don't think he's playing as well as he did last year, but he's still playing very. I mean, last year Quincy Williams was playing with his hair on fire, like he was on a different planet. It was incredible. But offensively, we gotta run the football. We can't, and plus we can't. What I loved about last week versus the Patriots, we weren't predictable offensively.
Yes, correct.
That was our problem our first 2 weeks. Oh, we were so predictable. It's like that scene from the movie. I read your book. I got you. I read your book. Something like that. Yeah.
Hey, final thoughts. Does Garrett go off? Does Brees, or is it just an overall team game?
I think it's just a team game, man. Look, the more important thing, listen, you can have 100-yard receiving and lose. I've seen games where quarterbacks throw for 6 touchdowns and lose.
Yeah, facts.
That's all I want to say. Just want to give you a huge shout out. Where did my beautiful beard go? Yeah, I shaved it this morning. I'm sorry, everybody. I know I'm disappointing a lot of people. I know I'm disappointing Carly. But it is what it is, man. Anyway, it was good talking with you, Dano. God bless.
Sir.
Stay
you
safe.
Too. Hey, later, man. Charles is the man. Ain't he? Come on, chat. He was cooking, right? I mean, I had to divert him back a little bit, but he was, no matter what topic you give the kid, if he has knowledge about it, or if you give him a minute to brush up on it, he's gonna cook. And that makes him just about the perfect first caller for any stream I do, man. Love that kid. If you're not following him, dude, I think it's at Charles Gorman 5188, I think. Don't quote me, but put that in and I'm sure it'll come up. You may not know a lot of the content that he makes, but he is worth supporting no matter what avenue he goes, so definitely check him out. Chat's popping, man. So I'm just going to go straight to the next guy. I already teased him. I hope he's still here because I always love talking to him. He has a show on Saturday nights. I do Friday nights. He does Saturdays and Tuesdays with a beautiful co-host. I'm kind of jealous. Nah, Murph's beautiful in his own way, right? Anyways, without further ado, Midnite Mike. What's up, brother?
Yo, man, are you comparing Maddie's looks to Daniel's looks? Because I think Daniel's got him beat. I hate to say that.
Don't tell Murph that. Do not tell Murph that.
Well, I mean, it's look at Maddie. Come on now. That's the thing. I'm actually waiting on a call from Maddie, but I wanted to pop on, especially. Well, I wanted to pop on early because I knew Daniel couldn't make it tonight. But look, I'm just going to address something address something Charles said. The Jets 31-21 is ridiculous. Look, they say you can't. No matter what, you should be happy with a win. If the Jets give up 3 touchdowns to the Denver Broncos, sure, I'll take the win, but I'm going to be pissed off.
That's a lot of points. It is.
This game, I have no problem with this 31. I can see that happening, but it's going to be more like 10 or 9.
That's what I'm seeing. Like most people predicting, it's like 31-13, 31-10, 28-9. I mean, shit can happen, but dude, if they score 3, you're right. The 3rd touchdown, I'm annoyed. Maybe two, but
I think
3,
I'd even be annoyed at 2. I'd be okay with like a touchdown and 2 field goals. Like that would be pushing it. That'd be pushing it.
Facts.
But if they score 21 points, I'm going to be happy we have a win, but I sure as hell ain't going to be confident or happy in the team.
No, and as much as I want Garrett to have a breakout game, I don't think this is the game for it. I really don't.
Oh, I don't think that's the thing. I don't know if I said it on Saturday's show or if I don't remember where I said it, but that we as Jets fans have got to throw away the Garrett Wilson 1,000 yard season, the Brees Hall 1,000 yards season on the ground, because, and look, it could still happen, and I'm rooting for it. But hear me out. They're blanketing Garrett in every game. So they're going to have to use Lazard and Williams and Conklin and all these other guys. The same thing with Brees. Like, Brees doesn't seem to have, he's now receiving incredible. So use him as another receiver. But Braylon Allen has been carrying the load running. Like, he's looked amazing. So so we've got to, I hope that we don't have, I saw a comment earlier about the Bills getting rid of the diva receivers. I will say this, Midnite or hit the like and subscribe. Hell yeah. Always go down, hit the like button, subscribe if you're new, check it out, but yeah, it's I hope we don't have divas, because if we don't have divas, we are going to the playoffs and we are going to make a run. If Garrett starts getting pissed that he's not going to get his 1,000 yards, or same with Brees or something like that, that would be a disaster. And I'm hoping a guy like, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, we won that game. We blasted the hell out of a division rival. I could kind of sense some diva out of Garrett in his interviews. And I don't know if you saw the Bart and Hahn segment, but like, they were kind of prying into that too. I'm not saying that attitude will linger. I'm really not. But I can tell he's kind of frustrated right now. And I just hope that doesn't like snowball, pun intended, into something greater that could be classified as diva behavior.
I mean, my more thing is I hope he doesn't start complaining and bringing the morale down of the team, because and once again, like when he missed that touchdown by a yard and slammed the ball down, yes, that could be looked at as diva behavior, but it could also be like, I wanted that effing touchdown. And so Rodgers gave it to him.
Yes.
And look, it's this simple. Like, he may or may not hit 1,000 yards. Same with Brees. But when you have guys carrying the load like Lazard and Williams and whatever, and you have Allen, the killer bees, everyone's calling him, we have a great team if everybody can keep it together. And Rodgers would be the guy to be able to hopefully do that.
And that's the thing. We can beat you. It makes a better team when you have just a plethora of ways to win. Like, you don't want to become one or two dimensional. Last year, dude, it was Brees or Garrett or nothing. So like, maybe having that Garrett 1,500 come down to 9 to 11 and Brees 15 all purpose coming down, like, and Braylon's coming up and Mike Williams and Conklin, like, the better we are, that's all I'm saying. But like, can you convert 3rd and 8 when it matters? That'll be the key, Right now,
well, we shouldn't be getting to 3rd and 8s. We did that the first game; it didn't work. And then as the games went on, especially in the Patriots game, all of a sudden we were looking at 3rd and 4s and 3rd and 3s and stuff like that. We've got one thing I will I think agree with Charles is that we switched up our game. And I'm glad that we started. God, if they cannot go back to run, pass, it doesn't work. Rodgers can do it. Let him sling the ball.
Facts. And that's what I mean. Like, the Corley hasn't been involved. Mike Williams has saw 40 snaps so far. Like, we're going to get even more well-rounded. That's the crazy thing to think about.
I am a little worried about Corley. But Mike Williams, and coming back from the injury, he's definitely going to be in the rotation a lot more going forward. The things I'm hearing about Corley is I just think it's taking him time to adjust to NFL and NFL routes and all that stuff, and we'll see.
Yeah, right now Brees is that guy.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If Brees can't run for 1,000 yards, I mean, he could run for 500, and he could receive for 6.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying?
If not more.
Yeah.
Like,
this team's got to look more at like all-purpose yards when it comes to like Brees Hall.
100%. And that dude, seeing him cook that linebacker just opens you up to a whole new ball game. But what I don't know if maybe I'm a little ahead here, but like, I think I'm tired of seeing Brees in the A and B gaps. I don't even know that we should keep trying it. Like, do the pitches, the off
Yes.
tackles. Like, where are you at with that? Like, do you
No,
think we
I'm
should
with you.
keep?
He's better. He's better in the open field. Just having him run right into a gap and just gets like stuff. How many times have we seen that where they just get stuffed?
Facts.
But
And it
then you
just
start,
keeps his
get
confidence down.
yeah,
Like,
yeah. Like you said, pitch it out to him. Let him get some running room, and that's when he shines. He'll do what he needs to do. But don't run him into what is it, 5 or 10 hulking guys all at the line. Let's bounce him out.
and that's how you keep him healthy. I mean, don't get me wrong, he can do that, and he would eventually pop some runs. He has in the
Oh
past,
yeah,
but like, if you just let Braylon do that, like, I think everyone will be happier, Brees included, and healthier.
yeah, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. It's the I want to say like the best teams are the teams that ever have the talent, but also know when to trust the talent around you, basically. So that's what I'm looking for with this team, and I really hope that divas don't come out. I really do. And Garrett, I think Garrett, if he doesn't get as many yards or as many catches or whatever, or even just targets, he's got to look at it as I'm so good. They're double teaming me and blanketing me because I'm that good.
Yeah,
Thank God I have a Lazard and a Williams and a Brees to catch those balls in a
Conklin.
Conklin. Yeah. It could be, it could be Denzel Mims and all these guys from the, like, not that I didn't
Yes,
like
I
Denzel
do.
Mims, but there's a big difference.
There is, and I wonder how many. Like, I think that DCs have to look at that Patriot tape and say this is what not to do anymore. Like Conklin, he wasn't just open; he was wide open. And then when he caught it, you saw wheels out of him. I was impressed at the speed, for one. And then Mike Williams, we're going to see him more. Like, I don't know how much longer they can afford burning two guys on Brees, knowing the way Rodgers facilitates. Does that make sense?
Well, no, absolutely. I was thinking that this past week. I was thinking, like they can double team like Garrett or they can target Brees all they want. But if every other guy keeps catching the ball and every other guy keeps running well, they're going to have to
Facts.
go to man or a simple zone. They're not going to be able to double team. They're not going to be able to afford that guy anymore.
Correct. Hey, if Rodgers keeps running for 12-yard carries, they might have to spy him.
Yeah, hell yeah. Well, no, what's crazy is I've watched this last Jets game several different ways, whether it's highlights, rewatch the game, all 22, people breaking it down, all these different things. And when I was watching the Giants game the last night, it really just goes to show you the difference between an mid quarterback with Daniel Jones and an elite quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. Like Aaron Rodgers was dropping just dropping beautiful passes, that pass to Brees in the end zone, the passes to Conklin in the last game, like that. Only Rodgers could have put that ball to Garrett where he put it on that touchdown. Like it had the right zip, the right speed, everything about it. And then to see Daniel Jones just missing guys who are down the field, like when he made that one great, like it was like a 40-yard gain to Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors had to literally stop his route, turn around, stop, and jump and catch the ball. Rodgers would have hit him, boom, like no problem, right in stride.
Facts. And that's almost like a team that we were like 2 years ago, kind of.
Oh, yeah.
Where like you have Garrett and dude, he had 12 catches last night, Neighbors, and like none of them were really over the top, maybe one or two, but most of it was just 8 yards, 6 yards, 5. It's like you're not going to win very many games. You got to be able to create or like beat over the top. And that's one thing.
Well, I'm not blaming Malik Neighbors. I think he's going to be a superstar. It was Daniel Jones.
Correct. Yeah, it wasn't him at all. It's just they need a second or a third weapon even as well as
Yeah.
a better quarterback too. Neighbors looks, dude. Hearing Rodgers on McAfee, a lot of people were focused on the Reddick stuff, but like the nugget that I loved in that interview is that he said that the Jets had him looking at LSU tape last year, not for Jaden Daniels, but for Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr. The fact that we had Rodgers looking at both those wide receivers, at least we know that they should have been looking at Neighbor. Like we couldn't get
Yeah.
up there, but we knew enough. Hey, look at these two guys, and Thomas Jr. is looking great too.
Malik Neighbors is going to end up having this season. Basically, he's going to do what Garrett did over the past couple of years, where Garrett had literally just this load of crap throwing him the ball, and he still put up 1,000 yards. Malik Neighbors is going to put up 1,000 yards with Daniel Jones as the quarterback.
And fantasy isn't always a great comp, but one thing that's crazy is the number one scoring receiver in the entire league is Malik Neighbors. It's crazy.
Oh, I didn't even know that. I did not even know that.
Dude, he has like 20 points in every game. It's insane. But volume helps. But still, dude, he's making the most of it. What about score prediction? So you said, Charles, that was a high scoring game he had.
Well, high for the Broncos.
Fair.
Yeah.
Did you say 31-10, or do you want to alter that?
Yeah, I want to say it's going to be like. Do I have to give an exact? Because I think it's going to be either let's say 31-10, or maybe they get lucky and get like 13. Something like that. But I think it's going to be a discrepancy. I think it's going to be a game like last Thursday night when we all watched the game and you weren't worried about too many profanities coming out of your mouth or tipping your coffee table or something like that. Like it's going to be a game where we can sit and enjoy it.
It's pretty remarkable to know you're going to score a touchdown in either the first or the second drive of every game, because that makes the entire rest of it so much easier. And you're right. It's probably a game where we don't have any threat of losing after the first quarter.
Well, once again, it is the Jets, and the one thing we wanted them to do is come out fast, and they did that against the Patriots. Because even after that first drive that they didn't score on, you knew that the next drive they were going to come out and score because of the way Rodgers moved them. It was just a penalty. So I mean, we may have an iffy first quarter because the Jets are notorious for coming out slow. But Rodgers, even if they do, Rodgers will have them by the second quarter, like going. He'll have them in a rhythm, and that's when by halftime we're all going to be like, all right, it's a 2-score game. We're good.
Yep. Agreed. Kick Sean Payton's ass out of here. Although I will say,
Rickie's closer. Rickie's closer right here. That's a look more what I'm hoping for.
Do we see Tyrod Taylor in this game?
We could. We could. And I hope it's for the right reasons. I hope it's because we're blowing them out.
Yeah, only for that reason. Come on now.
Yeah.
But dude, it's so hard to it's a brand new fan base for all of us. Like a whole new. How do you root for a team where like you don't have to be, I don't know, hyper analyzing everything? Like, I guess it's time we develop.
I'll tell you. The only team in the history of the New York Jets like that. There's only 1 year where I went through almost every game calm, cool, and collected, and it was 98. That's it. That is it.
Awesome.
And I just knew almost every game I went in going, oh, we're gonna win. We got this. We're gonna win. We got this. And that was it. 1 out of 40 something years being a fan.
Yep. That was my second year watching, and I don't know, man. I mean, I like our upside because we haven't even scratched the surface yet. But like, I think Vinny didn't even start week 1 that year, did he?
He didn't start week 1 or week 2. He came in week 3, so his record that season was 12-2. He's amazing.
Facts, dude, and that's why I have him a little higher. So do you.
He's my
Like,
favorite, my favorite football player, Jets player of all time, because he was Ken O'Brien gave me a lot of good years, but I was young, like it wasn't the same. By the time 98 came around and I was 18 years old, you were deep in it, by that point. And I had
facts.
just been through the Rich Kotite era and all that stuff. So Vinny is like my savior. And
Mhm.
honestly, I actually just, how you can, they have different badges on StreamYard for how long you've been a member.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just changed all that to Jets quarterback numbers.
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
So obviously Namath is the top. So I
Yeah.
have him in the top 4 positions. I'll probably end up putting something past that, like our Super Bowl trophy or something like that. But he's in the top positions. But the second highest number to get to is Vinny Testaverde.
That's my list, 1 and 2.
Yep.
And
Yep.
it's subject to change, but for now,
Yep. Oh
I
no! If
love that.
If Rodgers wins us a Super Bowl, forget it. I'll be I may not. I have the deep connection that I had growing up with Vinny, but he's gonna just shoot right to the top.
And I mean the top for me. Like, I'm sorry, Joe, but different game, different era. It's so much harder right now.
But that's hard to say because of the whole AFL NFL thing.
Yeah.
Not one AFC team would be around right now if it weren't for the New York Jets winning that Super Bowl and proving that the Colts were picked to destroy us. They were 18-1 or 16 and 14-1, or I don't know. It was some ridiculous record in the NFL playing
Yeah.
against the more top tier teams. I feel like when that imagine if who won the UFL though, the Binghamton Stallions or something like that or whatever. That'd be like them playing the Kansas City Chiefs and beating them.
Fair. Fair.
Like,
And Joe was the main reason.
yeah.
So that gives him more credit. It wasn't like a.
The only
I
thing
mean, yeah,
the only reason I hold Vinny so high is because I didn't see Joe play.
yeah.
So
Same.
Vinny's my guy.
I didn't even see regular season Joe games. I only saw the classic ones. So if I could sit down in a vault and watch week 1 all the way and maybe get a little around the league game action to put me there, I think
Yeah.
that would change my perspective. But you really can't do that these days. You get
Yeah, I mean,
one-off game.
I've watched it. Yeah, I've watched as much as I could of Joe. Anything I can find, obviously on YouTube and wherever I can get it. But yeah, we lived through Vinny and we saw every week, and he for some. And once again, if you take the rest of his career, aside from 3 seasons on the Jets or 2 seasons on the Jets, it was magical for those 2 years for the Jets and for Vinny. So
Otherwise, he was just, you know what he was good in? The Pro Bowl throwing competition. That was his main thing, man. I think he won it twice for distance. But yeah, on the Ravens, no, 98 was special for him. You're right.
yeah,
He
yep.
he tapped into something else that year.
Yep, and
12
look
and
at all those
2,
years he
man.
spent on the Bucks. Well, actually, I think okay. So technically, it would be 12-2. It'd be 13-3 because he beat the Jaguars and then lost to the Denver Broncos in the playoffs.
In the postseason, right, right.
Yeah, but
Still,
13-3. Yeah,
yeah.
name another Jet quarterback with that record.
Nope,
Doesn't
you're not
exist.
finding one. Nope.
Nope.
I mean, we'll get there at some point, but that's just a small window. I mean, for 1 year, that's hard to top.
Yep.
It
Yep.
is. What do you think of this little stretch we have? Because I mean, obviously we got Denver this week, but then we got 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Are you worried?
No. No. I'll be honest. Look, and I know that's a weird boast as a Jets fan, but look, here it is. Look, Sam Darnold, I'm happy for him, and I think he's doing great. But they just don't have the team to beat the Jets. I just don't think they have the team to beat the Jets. Also, the fact that we aren't playing in Minnesota in that loud ass. Hey, I'm
That's
thrilled.
huge. Yeah,
and that's
huge.
an away game for us, so I'll take it any day. Because I think that there's actually going to be a louder Jets fans at that London
I
game.
believe it. I
Yeah.
believe it.
So it's almost like a home game. But then you got the who do we have after them? Now once again, they're going to be a lot tougher than I thought when the season started. When the season started, and especially when JJ went down, I'm sitting here like, oh man, check that one off.
Same
But
here.
now it's going to be. I'm not going to be predicting a 2 or 3 score victory. The next one would be what, Monday night.
Does Sauce shadow JJ?
I would.
Hey, so would I, but that doesn't mean
I would.
anything. Don't
Do
let
your best to
him
take
beat
him
you.
out. Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
And then we have the Bills and the Dano, the Bills. Like, I'm sorry, they don't scare me. Not only look at the teams they played, and I'm not saying we played amazing teams, but you have to take into account the teams they played. They almost lost. They almost got blown out by the Arizona Cardinals. And then also we've beat them one time the past 2 seasons. So we have 2 victory. We're 2-2 against them in the last 2 seasons, and we were playing them with Zach Wilson.
You almost guarantee it's going to be a close game, but we are light years better in close games now than we were a year ago. Like I'm confident in any close game that we have from here on out, assuming everyone's upright. But like, I mean, you have to show me you can beat Rodgers in crunch time for me to believe it right now.
Yeah. Well, here's another thing. These next 3 weeks are going to be pivotal, and here's why. And this has nothing to do with football skill or the players on the field. It has to do with the football gods and how much they've always hated the Jets. We are about to find out if it's going to be another one of those same old Jets, or if this is something different like that 98 season. Because same old Jets are the Vikings. Here, let me ask you 2 questions. Are the Vikings a worse team on paper than the Jets?
But yes, they are. They are.
Okay.
They have pieces, but
on paper as a whole,
yes, yes.
Are the Jets better on paper than the Seattle Seahawks?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So if this isn't if this is a 98 season, we go in, we beat the Vikings, we beat the Seahawks, no problem. If this is a same old Jets season, we go in and have the 2 quarterbacks that we used to have beat us when they have technically the worst team and make us look stupid again. So we're about to find it out. We're about to find out if this season is different.
And the Seahawks, they got to come all the way from, that's a home game for us. So not being in either of their buildings will definitely help. Buffalo, Monday Night Football, I wish it was next week because I'm tired of the hubbub about the Bills, to be honest. I really am.
Yeah.
Like, they have not beat a strong, well-rounded team. I don't even know. Who have they beat so far?
The Cardinals, the Cardinals, the Dolphins, and who else? But the only like dominating one, the only real impressive one was against the Dolphins. And let's be honest here.
They never got out of the gate. Come on.
Yeah.
So how strong? Yeah. I mean, Tua threw it to them more than he did
his own team. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you okay for a second if I hit the head real fast?
Yeah, but when you come back, I got to go because Maddie did get in touch with me, so I got to. Yeah.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
No problem.
Appreciate you, bro.
No problem. All right, folks. Now here's the problem. I can't see the comments section, so I will assume that all of you are hitting the like button, hitting the subscribe button, and give your support to Dano. He can use it. I can use it. If you want to check me out, I'm at Midnite Mike Show, MIDNITE Mike Show. We're live every Saturday night at 9 p.m. and Tuesday nights at 10 p.m. And Dano, of course, every Friday, 9 p.m. We're glad you're here. And I hope, guys, the link I know is below to call in. So make sure that one of you guys, give that a click, call in, talk to Dano, see what he has to say, talk about what your predictions are for this game on Sunday. A nice 1:00 game, which will be nice for all of us, won't it be? And once again, though, here's the problem with the 1:00. We're going to win. But the problem with the 1:00 I've always had is if you lose, there's days where I don't even want to watch football anymore. But if you win, Then you want to watch football for the rest of the day, and it goes from the 1 o'clock to the 4 o'clock to the 8 o'clock, and you're just happy. And you just keep seeing your highlights during halftime of the Jets winning. But yeah, nothing can ruin a Sunday more than losing a 1 o'clock game, because then it's just the rest of the day. It's just like,
That is so true. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the last 1 o'clock home game until December.
yeah, and that's that Seattle game.
That's wild. Yeah,
Yeah.
correct.
Yep.
Dude, I appreciate you. He mentioned it at Midnight Mike Show, MID.
Oh, and I think I will, of course, have my reaction videos that comes out after the game. But I think if Murdog is running his live stream tomorrow, I'm going to hop on with him for a little while during the game.
And that's at
So
Murdog5. So check that out as well.
Jetstream.
Yes, the Jetstream, all one word, Jetstream. Check that out. What time tomorrow?
For me,
Sunday, or no, the Jetstream cameo.
no, he's going to be streaming during the game.
Oh, okay, got you.
So if you guys
game reaction,
yeah. So if you guys are there, I'm going to pop in. I don't know for how long or at what point. I haven't talked to him about that yet, but I'm going to pop in there, and then, like I said, tomorrow night, 9 p.m. I'll see everybody.
9 p.m. I'll be there, brother.
Absolutely. You're one of the closest people to the Vinny jersey. There's like 5 of you who are like a month or 2 away from the Vinny jersey.
Getting there, man. Getting there.
All
Love
right.
them badges. Hey, thanks. Appreciate you, man. For real.
Oh, anytime. Love the
Good
show.
call.
Right. Peace out.
Later. I do see another person joined in the back. They do not have their camera on, so when they show that they are ready digitally, I will invite them on. Dude, I've seen a lot of new faces just since I got off with Charles. I appreciate you guys, man. I know there's not a whole lot of game in town on Friday nights, but I still appreciate you spending your evening here. Gunny in the house, man. That dude is killing it over on his channel as well. The Hanger Hangouts, man. Epic. Love it. Kind of inspired me to come up with a kind of a name for where we hang out here on Friday nights. And dude, DayngerZone was a no-brainer, right? Especially when it's aerial motivated. Love it. But dude, a lot of little things I glean off of Gunny. So if you like any little bit of what I'm doing, check him out, because like I said, he inspires me all the time, man. Appreciate you, Gunny. Anyways, back to the chat. I saw Leanie in here. She was killing it earlier. Learned a few nuggets about her. She was on the 411 with VR and Johnny, and that was a great appearance. If you haven't checked that out, a lot of Jets talk, a lot of Yankees talk, a lot of Bang Mary Ghost talk. So if you're into that kind of thing, or if you're not into it, I still tell you to go and check that out, because it was a great episode. Snowball, I think I saw earlier. Jay, he popped in here. Appreciate you stopping by. Modine, the resident Patriot fan. Why don't we heckle him down there in the chat, guys? Because that booty got spanked. Spanked. Tell you, man. They were flying high until they met us in midair, huh? Nah, Modine is the best Patriot fan I think I've ever met. Probably ever will. So I give him credit for that. Alan, talking about Aaron Judge. I want to say he hit number 58 last night or something like that. Update me, guys. Baseball heads, let me know where he's at. Also, tell me how many games are to go. Like, where are we talking? Where's he landing? Is he beating 62? Is he getting more? Is he going to be lucky to scratch 60? I don't know. I'm not a baseball guy, but I want to say there's some time left, but I don't know. You tell me. I am curious, though, because, I mean, I like Soto, but Judge is a beast, man. They just have so many players over there. It's nuts. If I had to pick a favorite baseball player in the whole league, though, and I'm a casual, the catcher for the Mets, man. I love that kid. Love that kid. But that would be like a dynasty choice. Right now, dude, Soto is one of my faves, though. Nate, man, welcome. Glad to see you, boss. Always good to see you. Like I said, the call-in line is pinned. I do have a guest on the line coming to you in 10 seconds, brother. VR, shouting you out like I mentioned already. If you have not saw his latest episode with Queenie, she's had a hell of a week, man. Starting with that Patriot win and getting her damn near first reaction after it on the Jake Asman show. It was just awesome to catch a little bit of her vibe through the lens there. She's just awesome. That's all I'm gonna say. Awesome person. Stack still going strong. Ron P, welcome. Glad to have all you guys, man. Real quick, I do have some little like nuggets like this I'm going to show the next opportunity in between callers, just to give you a sense of what we're looking at on Sunday, right? And most of these were pulled from the Next Gen Stats compliments NFL.com, NFL Plus, whatever you want to call it. We'll get into those. For now, though, like I said, I have a caller on the line, and I know one question I want to ask him right away. And that question is Aaron Rodgers injury prone? I'm just kidding.
Hey, what's up,
BMAC,
bud?
how you doing,
what's up,
man? How are you?
What's going on?
How are you?
Doing great, man. Just want to pop on. You know what I mean? I respect the hell out of you. You know what I mean? Doing what you're doing, and yeah, man. Is Garrett Wilson Devo prone?
You know what? I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer to that.
don't. But I think I was just listening to you two talk about Garrett Wilson and about him not getting a lot of targets, and ignore my screen. Just keep going dark. I don't know what the hell.
No problem. It doesn't bother me. You're good, man. You're good.
Yeah, but I think me watching being a Packer fan and watching Rodgers with the Packers and him and Devontae. You know what I mean? A lot of Packer fans were complaining about him force feeding Tay too much. You know what I mean? Like, again, it's great. Him and Tay had that connection. Tay getting all his numbers, and it's Devontae. He's amazing. But a lot of Packer fans, not myself, but a lot of Packer fans will complain about him forcing the ball too much. And when it came like playoff time, you know what I mean? Like, in heartbreaking playoff losses, you see Rodgers force feeding the ball to Devontae while a lot of wide receivers were open. So Rodgers got a lot of criticism for that. And why the Packers were winning games, he's getting criticized for talking to Devontae a lot. I think it's a good thing that I'm not saying that Garrett is not going to get his, because he's going to get his. But I think it's a good thing that you see Rodgers, like on Thursday night, you see him spread the ball around, give it to a bunch of playmakers, because I think it's a no-win situation, because if he was force feeding Devontae, was force feeding Garrett a lot, then I think a lot of fans would be saying, "But why are you force feeding Garrett? We got a lot of playmakers." You know what I mean? So, and now they upset that Garrett not getting his targets. So, what you think about him, like running the getting off the playmakers involved now?
And I think I might have mentioned it earlier, but like the more he does that, I think it makes us better as a team. Because like you said, if he was just forcing it to Garrett those first 3 weeks, would we see Tyler Conklin have a restored confidence? Would we see Alan Lazard being confident again? Mike Williams probably wouldn't be feeling himself again yet. Like, we don't want those things to fester halfway through the season. So if I had to choose, is Garrett proper and right, or is everybody else? I would rather Garrett hold on, get everybody else right, because I know Aaron and Garrett will figure it out. You know what I mean? But I
Yeah,
think we're a
yeah.
better team spreading it around.
Yeah, I just don't think that Garrett. You know, some people think that Garrett might be like another Stephon Diggs. You know, might be pouting and not getting his numbers. I just don't see that from Garrett. Like, it seems like Garrett's not that type of dude. It seems like he's very, you know, humble, you know, respectful, chill. You know, it seems like he goes with the flow. But I just think that look, it's just 3 games. You know, I mean, you know, we got a lot of football left. I
Yes.
I I think Garrett's gonna get his numbers. It's just like, and somebody said it too. Like Aaron Rodgers is more like a quick decision maker. You know, get the ball out quick. You know what I mean?
Correct.
Garrett Wilson is more of a guy that kind of waits to the play to be developed. You know what I mean? He's more, you know. So I think they're a little bit off. But I mean, it is amazing that touchdown they had together. You know, I thought that ball was going to kick
Oh,
off. You know what I mean?
there was 80,000 people that knew
Yeah,
that ball was coming, and guess what? You still can't stop it.
yeah. It reminds me of a pass that him and Jordy connected together. I think it was get the Bengals, and it was that exact same play that it looked like the defender was going to make a play on it, but it just got put the time and got right under. So I mean, that's the crazy thing about Rodgers. Like, he makes throws. Like, how did he do that? You know what I mean? Like
the window only has to be that big,
like
you know.
let's be honest. If that was Zach Wilson, I'd be pick 6 of that. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, that's all, man. I know you got a lot of people calling in, and I just want to say it's great chatting with you. And prediction, real quick for Sunday. I got the Jets winning 31-17.
31-17.
Yes.
I love it.
All right, man.
Hey, thank you, BMAC. Awesome, dude. I always love when he calls, man, because like I know a lot of people aren't quite patient, you know, especially like the camera flickering, dude. That doesn't bother me, man. I'm more interested in what you got to say. And dude, the fact that we were patient and we listened, guess what we heard? We heard him give us a juicy nugget about the sentiment in the Packer fan base uh, at times whenever Devontae was getting, you know, targeted or not targeted. It was something that their fan base noticed too. So at least like people are going to scrutinize no matter what happens, no matter what the case is. I wouldn't say that my personal feeling on the Garrett conundrum is not that he's diva prone or even trending that way. Really, it's I mean we all know he's passionate, right? I just think like he's waited for this month of football for how long? He's waited for September of 2024. I mean, he didn't know it was now, but this month he's waited for since the night he was drafted. And I guarantee you the last 11, 12 months since Aaron went down, he's just been dying for these games. And then when you see him go on a 3rd and 9 comeback route where he doesn't even get touched or stalled, turns around and the ball's already hitting the turf, they're a yard. I mean, it's just frustrating for him knowing how badly he wants to excel and then seeing Lazard catch touchdown, and Conklin getting 93 yards. It's justified frustration right now. When it changes and it's not justified frustration or it lingers longer than it should have, let's have that conversation again. Right now, I it's okay to me. It'll get there. It will get there. Guarantee you. And he's gonna have them. When it clicks, damn, you're going to see he's like 10 targets, 10 receptions for $180, 2 scores. That's that. When they click, it's going to be electric. I don't know. I'm flickering a little bit, so I'm going to bring on my next guest while I get that sorted out. Also need a refill. But this guy is always a good guest. Always glad when he makes time to talk to me, because he is another out-of-market fan and eventually launching a channel of his own. But for now, we get him courtesy of the call-in line. So without further ado, Rickie, New York Live. What's up, brother?
Thank you, man. How you doing tonight?
Dude, I'm good. I'm making the most. I wasn't feeling great coming into this episode, but the turnout and the callers, they've already made me feel a lot better. So I'm feeling good. How are you?
I'm good, man. And I've seen this team progress each week and get better each week, and it's going to start clicking, and we're in for a great year. People need to stop like waiting for the other shoe to drop. People need to quit looking for, the thing that's going to go wrong or read into any little thing. I'm going to go ahead and squash that Garrett thing. Like right now, Garrett Wilson is not a diva. Garrett Wilson is a competitor.
That's
you may have seen some frustration that he didn't make the catch because he always wants to be the best at what he's doing. But dude, if you look at the touchdown he scored this week, and the one that he had in the Buffalo game last year, that insane catch that probably nobody else on the planet could have made that catch.
Oh yeah.
Dude,
that was sick.
When I think like play like a Jet, it's plays like that. It's Jermaine batting the ball to himself and then taking it and scoring a touchdown with it. Going back, it's like that long Dustin Keller catch versus the Bengals, but even with more recent Jets, it's Tyler Conklin carrying half of the Denver defense down the field with him last year, which he's probably going to do again this week. And Conklin, dude, I said it before. Rodgers stays healthy all year, 873 yards, 12 touchdowns. Conklin is going to have a monster year this year.
I love that.
Dude, that's my guy.
It's not outside. It's not outside the realm.
Waited for him to have a quarterback like this so he could really show people what he could do. He is so underappreciated. But even last year, with the worst quarterback play in 50 years that we had, going into the Houston game last year, he led all tight ends in the NFL in receptions for a first down. Like Conklin is good, dude. He did, and just like Garrett got his 1,000 yards with shit quarterback play, Conklin was doing that with shit quarterback play. And last week, we really got to see what Tyler Conklin can be. And
facts.
Yeah, I'm looking super duper forward to watching him this year.
Dude, he was running free, and not even just free for no reason. Like he was creating space with his strides, dude. And
that too. And Conklin is a savvy vet, so every time they drifted that safety over the top to double Garrett, Conklin was just identifying those gaping holes and just taking advantage of it.
Facts.
And obviously, but yeah, that was awesome to see. And you know what? That's what we're gonna do to Team Garrett.
That's what I was going to ask you next. Do you think that performance out of Conklin, dude, he had 5 out of 6, 4 first downs, 93 yards. Will that alter what the second? Dude, will that alter what the secondary how they cover
eventually
us?
It's going to have to. Eventually it's going to have to. Like Mike said, eventually they're going to have to start trying to play a little bit more man, because you can double Garrett all day, and you know what? If Conklin and Lazard can keep contributing, dude, 99 times out of 100, Mike Williams comes down with that jump ball in the end zone. Most times Garrett, dude, that should have been a long touchdown to Garrett, but it was overthrown just a little bit. And I could see, you know what? We don't know. I mean, maybe Garrett let up just a little bit at the end of his route as he was reaching the end zone. And maybe that's why we saw the frustration. Maybe he's thinking to himself, oh, if I had just kept going full speed, I could have had that. Fuck, but I tell you what, if he's not getting the catches, the yards, the touchdowns, the accolades, whatever, Garrett Wilson wants one thing more than anything else, and that's to fucking win. And he's going to care about those W's more than all that other shit that we're all trying to worry about. Dude, we've got great quarterback. I've never seen quarterback play like that in a Jets game ever. Dude, that one back shoulder fucking throw that he hit fucking Ruckert on the sideline. Dude, he got rid of that ball. Ruckert hadn't even started to make his break yet, and the ball was halfway there. And dude, I'm telling you, Mahomes is nice, whatever. There is not another quarterback in the NFL that could have made that throw like that. That shit.
The touch is unreal.
I mean, that wasn't one of the bigger plays in the game or whatever, but to me, that was one of the standout plays from that game because, dude, the anticipation that Rodgers can throw that ball with is just fucking nuts. And now it makes even more sense what we heard about Rodgers saying, he wants guys to be in the right spot, period. If you're in the right spot, I will get you the ball. And I see exactly what he means by that. And I know a lot of people are clamoring for Corley, but right now, apparently Corley's just not in the right spot. And that's a timing thing. That's a repetition thing. It'll come. He was great in college, but you know what? That was a lot of jet sweeps and shit like that where they got him in motion and got him in the open field. And I could see the Jets maybe putting in a package like that to get him a little bit involved. But as far as seeing him on the field as every one of the starters, whatever, I think that's a little bit of ways. That being said, I've been real happy with what I've seen from Gibson this year. I think the Jets staff is right about him. I think he's turned a corner and he looks really good. He looks like he's going to, be at least a solid contributor. And, dude, it's
that's
funny.
The thing. We have tools in our arsenal that we have only barely put on film so far. So why even bother with Corley until we get, the opposition seeing all they want to see on Mike Williams
I'd like to see the first time we really see Corley like that is the next time we play New England and they make all their adjustments for what we did to them last time, and then we come at them a totally different fucking way the next time. That's what I would do. If I was the Jets, that's what I would do. At any rate,
I love that.
Mike was talking about Vinny earlier, and I love Vinny. One of my favorite Jets also. And I had a connection with Vinny because I live here in Tampa, and my dad is a Bucs fan. And when I was a kid, I played Little League Baseball with this guy named Jim Melody. And his father, who's also Jim Melody, in the early 80s, opened the very first Beef O'Brady's right up the road from my house, which is if you don't know, that's a chain. It's like Buffalo Wild Wings, something like that. But dude, in the early 80s, it was literally one of the very first sports themed sports bars that there was anywhere. That was back then, that was a brand new idea that nobody had thought of yet. And it was cool because it was right here in my hometown. And now they've got Beef O'Brady's in New York, Chicago, all over the fucking place. But at any rate, Jim Melody Sr. plays golf with Vinny, and he knows Vinny real well. And Vinny had come into the Beef O'Brady's and Brandon. Back in the day when I had my tattoo shop, it was literally right on the other side of the wall from Beef O'Brady's, and their door was right next to mine. And all the time people would open our door thinking they were going into Beef's, and they'd like take a couple of steps into the lobby and realize they were in the tattoo shop. They'd go out and go back in the other door. But dude, that was a great location for me because, dude, Beef O'Brady's brought so much foot traffic by my shop, and that shop was so successful because of where that was good times. And because I was right next door, I was a neighboring business. I didn't have to pay for my sodas at Beef's. So I just, like, most of the time I'd go over there and they'd be like, get it yourself. And I'd go back behind the bar and make myself a soda and go back to work. But so that was
Dude,
nice.
it probably smelled good in there all day too, didn't it?
Yeah, so it smelled like hamburger and fries a lot of the time in the shop. Definitely.
Hell yeah. Hey, let me ask you this. We talked all offense. What do you think of the defense?
I think the defense has been good. I know that we haven't seen a lot of the real. I mean, we've definitely seen the sacks and in bunches. We haven't seen like the big pick or the pick six or and you know what? Actually, I was gonna say we haven't really seen the forced fumbles or something, but I'll tell you what, that Chuck Clark play was a hell of a play where he just fucking ripped it right out of Ramondre's arms, and that was nice. That was nice. So I think those will come. Dude, in that one game, Tony Adams almost had a nasty one-handed interception. I mean, it turned into a PBU, but I honestly think that he'll come on, and that's something that, you know, talking to people that were at training camp and talking to people that were around the team, I heard over and over and over again that Tony Adams was like probably one of the most vocal guys on the defense that, you know, anytime they were at practice, they could hear him out there barking and chirping and getting the guys fired up and stuff. So I think
I love that kid.
Yes, I think that he's really gotten his confidence. And, you know, which game was it where he had that big hit? Was that the Steelers game where he had that pick at the end of the game to help us put it away last year?
I think it might have been the Steeler game. Yeah. But dude, ever since last summer when the whole fan base was crying and moaning about having this no-name Tony Adams be a starting safety on this defense, dude, they were writing him off before it even and dude, the coaching staff knew and they kept reassuring us.
Dude, our defense has been top 5, you know, not Salah's first year, but since then, we've been top 5. Like, if there's anything that I don't worry about with this team, it's their decision on defensive players. Not at all. Not at all.
Facts.
And, you know, I don't even want to really talk about the Reddick subject because that guy's just a fucking idiot on a whole new fucking level of being an idiot.
What's the point in speculating? We don't even know if the rumors we hear are even true.
Yeah, I mean,
we don't know any of it.
It's all speculation.
Facts,
but
like it's pointless.
Dude,
None of it's facts, I should say.
He's willing to fall on his sword and go down like this just to prove his point. And his point is what? I'm going to prove to everyone that I can lose all my money that I had coming for this year. I mean, that's all he's going to accomplish. Like, dude, we own your rights, like it or fucking not. Who
signs him?
Who signs him next year? 4 years. I admit it. He's done it. He's had the accomplishments. He's got the accolades. He's done the hard work to earn all of that. However, just because he did it before doesn't mean he'll done it again. And he hasn't done shit for us. Period.
Facts.
So, you know, he's got to understand, no matter what he's done, he hasn't done any of it for us. Why does it fall on us to pay him for what he did with other teams who didn't pay him? Like, no, it doesn't work like that. And that's honestly what he's asking us to do. Pay me based on what I did for other teams that didn't pay me. Why? Why has it got to be us? You haven't done fucking shit for us, dude. Show up, fucking show what you got. We'll make sure you're hooked up for this year. Fucking no one was trying to fucking screw you. But we're only going to take care of you for this year. You want a long-term, fucking earn it. If it doesn't come from us, if you really do ball out, then, you know, be a man, be a football player.
Yeah.
Football players always bet on themselves because football players always, the good ones like that, always believe that they're going to do what they always do. And they always bet on themselves. This guy isn't acting like a football player. He's acting like a bitch. That's no other way to say it, man. Quit being a bitch. Be a football player. Bet on yourself. And worst case scenario, if we don't pay you, somebody will, man. I mean, look, Clowney didn't
Honor
get
your
signed
contract
right away.
too.
Gakwe didn't get signed right away. He's on a team. You will get paid by somebody. You know, maybe it's not the 20 to 25 a year that you are asking for. But you know what? Face the facts, dude. You're 31 years old and you're asking for a long-term deal when everybody knows that players usually decline at your age. So based on that alone, if somebody comes at your door knocking with 18 a fucking year, I think you'd be a pretty big fucking fool not to take it.
At this point, I want to say screw him so bad that I hope someone gives him a backloaded deal and then keeps him for 2 years for the cheap years and then says, screw you, we're not paying the back half of this.
Yeah, you know what? And that's probably what will happen. They'll backload the contract and give themselves an out, and they might have to eat some dead money, but no team's going to give him a deal where they don't have an out. At any rate, also, I want to go back to the tight ends thing. Dude, I think tight end is going to be important for us this year. Aaron has always favored his tight ends. Ruckert, I like seeing him get a little bit more involved, but Conklin in particular, I think is just going to explode this year. And I'll tell you something, you know, just like we're talking about with Garrett, you know, sometimes when teams only have like one real weapon, you see that weapon get doubled, tripled, you know, whatever the case may be. As teams learn that we've got more than one weapon, they're going to have to spread out and they're not going to be able to keep concentrating on him the way that they have been early in the season. But dude, for probably a solid decade in fantasy football, I was in the playoffs every year, won multiple championships. And one of the things I did every year, I'd watch guys grab Conklin or, you know, Tony Gonzalez, Antonio Gates, whoever, you know, early. And dude, I would sit back and then in like the 14th or 16th round or something, I would take Delaney Walker every year. And you know what? Dude, the Titans had nobody. They had fucking nobody. No other weapons. I mean, they had Derrick Henry maybe, but receiving wise, they had no other weapons. Everybody and their fucking grandmother that watched any kind of football knew that he was going to be getting the ball. And you know what? Still, nobody could fucking stop him.
Yep. Delaney put up some good touchdown numbers too. And in the 14th round.
It was bizarre to me that nobody ever caught on to what I was doing because I did the same shit every year. And every year he would just be sitting there for me to take. And it was so nice. And, you know, then early in his career, Hunter Henry, you know, I would have the combo of those two when Henry was still a Charger. And it was like, yeah, go ahead, waste one of your first picks. I'm going to get another really good running back or another really good receiver with that pick, and I'll get my tight end late. And just like, dude, even in fantasy this year, and I got like 4 Jets fans in my league this year and was really worried about it. Dude, I got Conklin in like the 19th round or something in my league. And the other league, I think I got him in like the 17th. So I've got I've actually got 3 tight ends on both teams, same ones on every team. I got Dallas Goedert, who I got in like 15 or something like that, really late also. Conklin and Isaiah Likely from the Ravens. And I got all 3 guys on both teams.
I tell you what, dude, I really like Isaiah Likely, and the Ravens both Likely and Andrews, they have this year on their contract and next year, but that's it. Next spring, this spring coming up, actually, they can cut Andrews and save like 8 to 10 million. It would not shock me if, let's say, we don't sign Conklin. We could have our choice of Andrews or Conklin. Who do you take at that point?
Oh, it would probably depend on the money. Because of the money thing, I would probably take Conklin because I think we can get him more affordably.
And
Andrews is going to get paid big by somebody.
Andrews, I mean, he is getting older too. I think look at Kelsey. I mean, he's not doing much of anything now, but these guys get to 32, and it's
apparently he made a movie that's like on FX or something, and as far as what I can see from his acting, like, dude, don't quit your day job. It's bad looking.
That's the first I heard.
I'm not trying to rag on him. He's a football player. He's not an actor, but it shows too. So
enough of these commercials, though. You'd figure he'd pick up some acting chops, you know.
Well, you know what? When you're banging like the most popular female on the entire planet, I still don't understand why, but that's just the facts. She is. Apparently, it opens up a lot of new doors for you.
Yeah.
So, hey, good for him, man. Good for him.
Hey, there was a question here. I don't really have a solid take on it, so I want to ask you, Roger. He says, do you have a favorite player that played for the Jets and the Giants, not named Jumbo Elliott?
Jeez.
Gino.
I can't even.
That's all.
Yes. I do, I guess. And that would be probably the last time we had a really good right tackle was Kareem McKenzie. And when he left here, he went to the Giants.
Yes. I know Kareem. Yeah.
If I had to pick one, because I'm trying to think, I'm thinking, who the fuck played for both? Like Jason Pinnock? Like I couldn't really think of anybody else. But then it popped in my head, and I was like, yeah, you know what? That's probably a name that not a lot of people would think of right off the top of their head. But Kareem McKenzie, really, if you think about it, that was the last time we had a really, really good right tackle. And
am I crazy, or did he start out? Did he start out in Minnesota?
I can't remember where he came from. He definitely didn't start out with us.
Yeah, I want to say he was with the Vikings, but I could be wrong.
That could be.
Maybe the chat can help us. Kareem McKenzie.
We got him from somewhere.
No, I was wrong.
And then later we got Faneca from the Steelers, and
Faneca was a beast.
We got Mawai from the Seahawks.
Mawai, yeah. And he went on to Tennessee, didn't he?
Glad. Dude, he was blocking for Rickie Waters, getting 1,000 yards. Then came here and helped Curtis get 1,000 for 10 years in a row. And then leaves and helps Chris Johnson hit 2,000 yards, late in his career. Best center to ever play. Woody Johnson, wake the fuck up. Retire the number 68. It needs to be retired. I can't stand to see another Greg Von Rotten or some fucking guy that sucks wearing the number 68, running out there and tarnishing that legacy. That is a number. And he's in the Hall of Fame already. Like, that number needs to be retired. Best center ever.
That's the center I started with, and I'm Mangold, awesome, but I'm sorry, I gravitate to Mawai as my center. However,
remember the old highlights of Mawai that they used to show, and when he took Zach Thomas from the Dolphins and slung him like a rag doll, and he gets up and he's all laughing, he's like, dude, did I do that to you? I just did that to you. And he's just talking shit, dude. Like, that's the kind of swag we need for an offensive lineman, dude.
Let me ask you. Okay, so that parlays beautifully. What do you think of Tippmann, dude? Because I think he's. Oh my god,
like him.
dude.
Yes. I like him, dude. I knew the shit, with the snapping issues from training camp. I knew that was overblown. They were installing something new, something different. I mean, how many times we got to talk about Aaron Rodgers and it being a timing-based offense in order for people to fucking understand? I wasn't worried about it. You know, when you heard Rodgers talk about it, he was like, yeah, Tip's great. He's going to be fine. Yeah, I mean, oh my goodness. Like, I mean, I understand as Jets fans, the last thing you want to hear is we have to wait. You don't want to hear be patient because we've all waited so fucking long already to begin with. But looking at this season in a microcosm by itself, putting all that other stuff aside, man, it's just a fact. It's going to get better with repetition. It's gotten better each week. It's going to continue to progress. Be patient. You know, it's going to get better and better each week. So why ruin a win worrying about, oh, you know, is Garrett going to be a diva? Is this going to happen? Is that going to happen? Enjoy it, man. Like, enjoy it. Stop worrying about what can go wrong. Like,
Yeah.
you know what?
And
if something's going to go wrong, it will. Cross that bridge when we get to it. Don't ruin every day from now to then worrying about it, man. Life's too short. Enjoy this shit. You know, we got a winning record.
You know how many people right now?
We got a winning record. So
you know how many people right now are like worried about AVT going into this game? What do you make of that?
Yeah,
do you
because
think
it's Denver, but we're not at Denver, so
true?
That I think that should make a difference. Like, you know,
it should.
Yes, it was against that team, but it was in Denver each time. And the fact that we're at home this time, you know, it's technically not the same field he got injured on. So I'm not, and it was the field that I think caused the injury. So I'm not really worried about it.
Here's one for you.
Yeah, people bitch about our field, but Denver's field fucked up our players a couple of years in a row. So I'd say their field sucks too.
Braylon Allen, like I would love to say that Brees just kills Denver himself for the third year in a row.
I think they both are. I think they're both going to have good games.
Same.
Brees will break 100, but dude, I could see Braylon getting close to 80 himself. But I mean, Brees long touchdown against the Broncos. I mean, that's like every year thing. You can book it. You know. The year that he got hurt, it was like one handoff, 65 yards touchdown, like done. And
Facts.
Like, holy shit, what a way to start a game. Oh God, if we had only had a quarterback. God, but you know what? Even with Zach Wilson, the team that Robert Saleh coaches, that Joe Douglas built, once upon a time went into fucking Green Bay and handed Aaron Rodgers and the Packers a loss. And Aaron Rodgers, one of the best quarterbacks to ever play, looked at this New York Jets team and went, you know what? That's a good fucking team at every single position. It's a shame if they only had a quarterback, they'd be unstoppable. That's where I want to play. If those guys had me, there would be nothing that could stop us. If I had only had a defense like that in Green Bay, nothing could have stopped me. That's where I want to be. And a few months later, he came out and said, my intention is to play for the New York Jets. So,
dude, and I
didn't think Joe Douglas built a team so good. One of the best quarterbacks ever looked at this team that JD built and said, that is where I want to be. And those are the facts, period.
Agreed. And I wish Hassan Reddick had that same thought to his mind. Like, look at this defense. It's a brotherhood. I don't know if you saw the post-game speech. And honestly, if you watch One Jet Drive last night, hearing CJ Mosley amp up the team before the game, and then Saleh after the game, you heard Sauce getting in there, dude. Every single kid that speaks in that locker room, in that huddle,
was one of my
it's
things.
Powerful.
Sherwood has been absolutely great. The thing that the difference for me in the Mosley versus Sherwood argument is Mosley's leadership, which, you know, we watch him play football. We don't necessarily hear all he says and all he does, and his experience and football IQ, being able to call all the plays, being able to communicate, get everybody lined up in the right spots. Those are the things that I don't know if Sherwood can replace, if he can do. I mean, over time, possibly, but the same way that Aaron Rodgers can look at the opposing team and dissect what the defense is trying to do to him and get everybody in the right spot, Mosley does that same thing for our defense, getting everybody lined up in the right spots. And he is so good at that. Like there's very little CJ Mosley hasn't seen in this league. And he's a vocal leader. And I mean, I tell people all the time, when he came into the league as a rookie, I mean, it's kind of like when we lost Revis and then we got D. Milner and everybody thought he was going to be the next Revis and he just wasn't.
Yeah.
That's the way it is a lot of the time. CJ Mosley had to step into the shoes of Ray fucking Lewis, dude.
Yes.
Those are big shoes to fill. And you know what? He was awesome as a rookie. That defense didn't miss a beat. And CJ Mosley is a good fucking player.
Don't get me wrong. I am not overshadowing Sherwood's performance last week in any way. However,
no, he's been awesome.
If there's one game where you're not going to miss CJ Mosley's mind as much as any other week, it was last week, because how creative did your defensive captain need to be against what we saw New England giving us offensively? I mean, if there's one week where come on.
Their receivers don't scare anybody. They've got a decent tight end who's starting to decline and a good running game.
How much audible?
We knew they were going to just run the ball all day long because we've been susceptible to the run, but we had a good game plan for it and we shut his ass down. And
there are people out there.
I was really happy with how well we played the run in that Patriots game, considering what I saw the first couple of weeks.
We forced them to abandon it. We forced them to abandon it.
All along, remember, before the year even started, I was telling people the Rams were going to be one of the toughest games on our schedule, except for the Niners. And I wonder if people are starting to believe me yet or starting to take that team a little bit more seriously yet.
I mean, they're banged up. They don't have their receivers, but Kyron Williams is no joke. I mean, we're going to have any team that has as many home run hitters as they have, I worry about. I am glad that it's in our building and in December. Maybe we don't need it as bad, but I'm with you, man. That is one of the toughest games.
Kyron Williams is the man now in St. Louis.
Three touchdowns last week. 3.
Yeah, killed it. But also, real quick, shout out to Cam Akers with the Texans, who's coming back from multiple injuries and is starting now because Mixon is hurt and looked real good. So former Florida State guy. So I'm happy to see him back in the league and doing something. Dude, I watched some of his Twitter posts when he was like unemployed and coming off the second injury and seemed really depressed, but it was like that same positive, like, you know, God has a plan, you know, something will happen. And I even tweeted back to him and saying, like, dude, you're too good. You'll find a home, just hang in there. And so, yeah, glad to see him back. But, we're going to see them pretty soon, too. Dude, like, that's what I don't get is people saying, like, oh, the Texans game, that could be a loss. Why? We whooped their ass with Zach Wilson. They run a very similar system to what we run. And you know what? It's almost like when we played them, our defense went, oh, well, we see this shit in practice every day. I know what they're doing. And we just fucked them up. I mean, we didn't just like barely squeak by. It wasn't just like a Zerline late touchdown or something for a win. No, we took their ass behind the woodshed. So, like, I'm not worried about that game in the slightest. Not at all.
No. They're built very similarly, but like if we're clicking, I mean, in my opinion, our only opponent any given Sunday is ourselves. Because
Yes.
like, if we play 100%, nobody is beating us. Nobody.
Nope. No,
I mean,
it was
you
just,
can spread it around. And yeah.
regardless of, and I hate when people win because they say, oh, well, the Patriots are a shitty team. They're a bad team. By NFL standards, maybe, but there's still a lot of very good players over there. The thing is for our guys, I think the confidence that's going to come along with a dominating win like that is going to be huge for those guys. Now, I don't think that it's to the extreme where they go into this game cocky like it's a trap game or something. I think our guys are too good and too level-headed for that. I think that's where Saleh being so even keel all the time pays off, keeping those guys from getting too high. But the fact that everything clicked like that, and like I said, ball to Williams, 99 times out of 100, he comes down with that. And I think we're going to see.
It was his.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? And that reminds me of like Keon Coleman, a kid that's on the Bills now, which he caught his first touchdown last week of the season. Rookie kid. I watched an interview with him, and he said, my mindset is when the ball's in the air, it's mine. I'm coming down with it. Nobody else is getting a hand on it. And that's just the way I play. And, dude, he's not a great route runner. He's not going to burn anybody with his speed.
I'm not.
But, dude, those
I'm not
jump
a fan.
balls like that, I watch him do it time and time and time and time again. You just throw it up, and he just goes up and gets it. He'll just body people.
Athletic as hell.
But
athletic as hell.
And Mike Williams is like a more NFL savvy, better version of that. You just throw it up and he'll go get it, man. I mean, look at it over the last. We always talk about Hassan Reddick over the last 4 years. Well, guess what? Over the last 4 years, Mike Williams is like top 3 or 4 in contested catches in the entire NFL. That's everybody you can think of. Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, insert the name, whatever. Out of everybody, he's like top 4 in the NFL over the last 4 years. Okay?
Facts. I mean, everybody says he's
Rodgers will throw it up, and he will go get it.
Yes. And that's the thing. Like, how often is he going to see doubles? He's not.
No.
I mean, he's not.
Garrett. See, that's the thing is when Mike Williams starts making some of those catches, when Conklin keeps getting open and just eating up the holes in the zone, every time that safety evacuates the middle of the field to try to go over the top and double Garrett, Conklin's going to sit down in those holes in the coverage and just eat people alive. It's going to get. I think it's going to get to a point where teams are going to get tired of us beating them like that, and they're going to stop covering Garrett as much, and it's going to open up. I think his time is coming. Like I said, we just have to be patient. Nobody wants to hear that, but it's the truth, man. It's gotten better each week. Enjoy it. It's been a long time. We deserve it. Stop worrying about shit. Everything's fine right now. I'm sure we'll have something to worry about at some point, but for now we don't. So just enjoy the ride.
Exactly. Well, I mean, even the Moses thing, dude. Olu came in and he played well. He did. That is one thing we want to look at this Sunday is how does Olu do against a defense that knows they're preparing for him?
Right. I think he's going to be fine, and I'll tell you what, I think we struck gold with that pick, because once Tyron Smith decides to retire, I think Olu will be able to step in seamlessly. It's not going to be the exact same type of performance, but I think we've got our starting blindside tackle for the next decade, probably. That was a great pick.
Dude, and then you had Aaron Rodgers come out this week and literally compare him to DeBrickashaw and what he heard about Brick throughout his career. But before I go off on that tangent, I do have a question. Actually, two questions. Rick, big fella in the house, Rickie. I never watched Jordan Travis in college. Who does he play like? And before you answer, I want to add in a fun fact from Infrared where he says that he himself banged on the table to beat the Patriots, but still go after Jordan Travis on draft day. The only other person he saw with the same take was you, Rickie. So talk to me. What do you think of
Well, you
Jordan
know that's my
Travis? Does
guy.
he? Yes, I do. But
Okay.
do you
I
compare him
wanna-
to anybody?
I want to hear your answer first. Who does his playing style remind you of?
You know what? I have not watched him very much at all. I just
You know what?
like
I'll shoot you a highlight tape. And big fella, I'm gonna send the same one to you. I'll send you a link to his highlight.
fair.
Honestly,
I'll take it.
Honestly, you know, he makes a lot of plays with his legs. You know, 7 rushing touchdowns every year. And but I mean, just even looking at last year, you know, 20-something touchdowns, only 2 interceptions. He takes care of the ball. But I think people think like, oh, you know, he's just a running quarterback. And honestly, in the beginning of his career, he was just a running quarterback. We would use him for RPO stuff. But even though it was like RPO shit, anytime he came in the game, you knew it was a run. Like you knew he wasn't going to throw the ball. Like no chance. But then later, I mean, he just developed into a really nice quarterback. But the thing I like is when he, even on like plays that break down, when he's scrambling around everywhere and it looks at, dude, he always keeps his eyes downfield. He's always looking downfield. And he will take off and run. I mean, I've seen him make like 80-yard touchdown runs. He's got one run against the Dolphins, against wait a minute. Yeah, it was against the Florida Gators that, dude, it was almost like that Zach Wilson play against the Dolphins where he escaped like 3 or 4 people and then but dude, this one, I mean, Jordan Travis probably slips about 9 tackles on his way to like a 30-something yard touchdown run. And it is friggin' insane. If you want to talk about escapability, I mean, it's just nuts. Everybody on that defense had a chance to tackle him at least once, and nobody could.
Here's a couple questions. Hold on, because Scott says, don't say Patrick Mahomes. Okay, we know that. Clancy says, more like a young Russell Wilson. Randy said, Jordan Love. What do you think about any of those before your own answer? Jay said Johnny Manziel, but I don't know if he's joking.
No. I mean, I see similarities to some of those guys, and you would never hear me say that Jordan Travis is Patrick Mahomes because there's only one Patrick Mahomes. Okay.
That's unfair.
However, I have said in the past, and I will say again right now, Jordan Travis is like dollar store Patrick Mahomes. A little, not quite as strong as arm, not quite as savvy. You know, he doesn't do the no-look stuff, but he can make some real weird arm-angled, side-armed, crazy throws sometimes that kind of remind me of that. And I'll tell you what, when he takes off and runs, he's more dangerous than Patrick Mahomes. Jordan Travis has got some freaking wheels on him. But
how's his arm? How's his deep ball?
Adequate.
Okay.
He's not Josh Allen. You know,
right? But he's not RG3 either, right?
He doesn't have a cannon, but it's adequate. The one thing that I can say about Jordan Travis is like, even if his own personal abilities, like arm strength wise, throwing wise, don't jump off the tape at you, dude, he's just very good at getting the ball into the hands of his makers and letting those guys make plays.
And I almost thought you were going to say a dollar store Aaron for a moment. Do you think he'll at least be groomed properly under Aaron? Because that's a
dude,
big
I
part
see-
of it.
I see a little bit of that, like the escapability, scrambling around, making throws on the run. You could say a little bit of Aaron, maybe a little bit like, early career Big Ben was kind of like that. But yeah, I don't know. I guess when you start talking about mobile quarterbacks, you can kind of draw that comparison with a lot of people. But you know what? He had a lot of really good weapons on that team. I mean, just look, the Cardinals drafted the running back. The Bills drafted the receiver. The Patriots drafted their Florida State's tight end. So, I mean, they had 12 guys from that team go to the NFL this past year. So that was a good friggin' team. But Jordan just always seemed to be able to get the ball to the right guy at the right time. And I think that's what I like best about him. And not a physical thing, but his leadership. Like, when you listen to the guys on that team, they're like, he worked so hard and put so much in, that much harder, because I just didn't want to let him down. And it's like, holy crap. Like, it's crazy when you hear guys talk like that. And when you hear people say, oh, I'd run fight, like Jordan Travis is that kind of a quarterback where he's like Pennington. He's such a good guy. It's almost impossible not to root for him. Yeah, he's not on Pennington's level intelligence wise, but like maybe that would be like a good pick, like not comp, like, not the strongest arm, but distributes the ball well, gets it to the right guy. So yeah, imagine Pennington if he could like run like Lamar. so
yeah. And honestly, like that's all I want anymore. Like, I'm so tired. Like, I get it. A franchise QB changes your entire landscape, but like we've missed so many times, man. Like, can we just get a facilitator, a John Stockton? Like, we're gonna have some Karl Malones when Rodgers leaves. We're gonna have pieces. We just need a Steve Nash, man. Like,
right. Yeah, exactly. And I don't think Jordan Travis is necessarily like that guy that's gonna, put the team on his back and do it all himself. Like that Super Bowl where Steve McNair just became Superman and brought that team back and damn near beat the Rams. He ain't gonna be like that, I don't think. But like I said, he gets the ball to his playmakers. And when you've got Brees and Garrett and good tight ends, and you've got all those kind of weapons all around him, he'll get the ball to those guys. And with a great defense, I mean, he had a great defense, and they were 13-0. That team was undefeated before he got hurt. So, I mean,
facts. He would have been drafted. Dude, he had a chance at the Heisman, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, Jaden Daniels came on late, and then Jordan got hurt, and the rest is history. But, opening day last year, those two teams played each other, and Travis flat out outplayed Jaden Daniels, that threw 3 touchdowns to Keon Coleman, another to the tight end, ran one in. I mean, there was just no two ways about it. That was just an ass kicking, and Travis outplayed him. So, and Jaden Daniels is good, dude. He's looked good in Washington. I'm not taking anything away from him, but I watched the two of them play in person, and Travis was the better quarterback that day. So I think you put him on this kind of a team with these weapons around him and this defense, and yeah, Travis could play in the NFL, and you could win games with him. I don't think he's Rodgers. I don't think he'd be one of the elite guys, but you know what? Tyrod Taylor could win teams with this game. And Jordan Travis, I think, could be like a Tyrod Taylor equivalent.
I wish
so
to hell
there's a good comp.
Dude,
if he was for you.
Who?
Tyrod and Jordan Travis.
Oh yeah, dude.
Like younger
and Tyrod. Right. No, I get what you're saying, but damn, do I wish Jordan was ready in August, because he would have played 16 quarters, man. He would have played 16 freaking quarters. But dude, I expect him to play 16 next year, or 12, or whatever the hell it is these days. I don't know. My hope for him is to possibly replace Tyrod next season. And then the year after be competing with another guy we draft. But I know you're hoping that there's not even a competition, but like, why not? Like, draft another guy, you know? Keep drafting. Draft. You know, we have
absolutely.
We have four top 100 picks next year. 4 as it stands.
We got him.
Burnt.
We got him in the 5th round at an absolute steal because of his injury. And if all he ever turns out to be is a competent backup, well, good, dude. You know what? A good backup is a good thing to have, and we only spent a 5th, so still score. You know.
And Tyrod's making 10 mil. So
win-win. If he's good enough to be our starter, then great. But if only a competent backup, it's still win-win.
If you replace Tyrod making 10 mil a year, that is a net positive for a 5th round pick.
Yeah,
and then it buys him time, dude. It buys him time.
Yep.
And that's been my take the whole time. When we drafted him, I said, you know, please just replace Tyrod in a year's time.
and I think that's what'll happen. And you know, he's got Rodgers to learn from. You couldn't ask for a better person to learn from. And I'll tell you what, there's not a person that we could have brought in here that will work harder than Travis will. Dude, I mean, he's like Jermaine in that respect. That's something that coach drills into those guys, and all those guys have that same work ethic. So, yeah.
Are you following?
Just the perfect situation.
Are you subscribed to Jermaine's new YouTube channel?
No,
So him and his girlfriend launch a YouTube channel, and they're chronicling his
his recovery.
Yes.
You know what?
Check that out.
Yeah, I saw that he had a tweet about it, but I didn't realize they had launched it already.
There's like
check that out.
There's maybe 2 episodes so far. I can't verify how entertaining it is, but if you're interested in like the rehab process and like where his head's
absolutely.
Check it out.
Well, dude, you know, I'm a huge Jermaine fan, and like I told people from the beginning, like that sack celebration is something that came from Florida State. Like every time they have a victory, they go into the locker room, and instead of the game ball, the MVP of the game gets to break the rock. They bring in this piece of concrete with the other team's logo on it and hand the kid a sledgehammer, and they break the rock, which Jermaine did a couple of times. Jermaine like had a sack against Clemson where he sacked the guy, knocked the ball out, recovered it himself, and then ran it for a touchdown. It's kind of like what he did in that Cleveland game, except a forced fumble, not a deflected pass. But he was breaking the rock after that game. He did that a couple of times. But, dude, I always love to see those kids when they get the hammer and they get to break the rock because, you know, they just had a good game. So, but I think that's awesome. He's using that for his sack celebration too. That's awesome.
Yes.
He brought that to the NFL with him. Love it. Every time he does that, I'm like, hell yeah. So,
and everybody else, dude, Will McDonald, like that's like a lot like the Jordan Travis, like being groomed. I wish Will McDonald would have had Reddick and Jermaine in front of him. Will it ultimately hurt him? I don't know. I just hope that he can continue to develop the rest of his.
I gotta say, I'm pleasantly surprised. I wouldn't say that I was, doubting him necessarily, but I was skeptical. A lot.
I was skeptical. He had
him as a first round pick, and that pick kind of came from out of nowhere. But dude, Saleh and JD, they know the guys they want. They know the kind of guys that fit that system, and
I think
I would say 5.5 sacks in 3 games. I'd say they're getting a pretty good return on that investment so far.
I doubted whether he could win ways that aren't the spin move, but I don't think it matters if nobody can stop the spin move, does it?
Now, I saw Tyron Smith in practice. Like, he just kind of dropped back a couple of steps and then just like took him to the ground and planted him when he tried that spin move on him.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, I think with that, it's a matter of timing. Like, you know, if the guys know the spin is coming, then they can kind of be ready for it. But if you don't do it every time and they're not sure whether they're going to get it or not, I think it can still work. And I think that's what he's been doing so far. But like, yeah, I mean, I would like to see, you know, some more traditional pass rush. I mean, he's not going to bull rush anybody. He's not that big, strong guy like that. But dude, I'd love to see him do like that rip and dip move, like Huff did so well, and like Reddick does so well.
The elite bend, you know, the bend.
Yeah, and I mean he's got the bend to do it. So, but that's just me. I mean, you know, that's getting kind of nitpicky and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I would like to see his pass rush repertoire, you know, grow. From being just that one move. It's a nice move, but
yeah,
you know, I would like to see a couple of other moves in there too.
And that's what I mean by like him being thrust in and no Reddick and no Jermaine. Does he now like does that amplify his ability to develop other moves, or does it stifle it? I don't know, you know. Just playing full time, you know.
I think it wouldn't stifle it. I think it's a good opportunity for him. Like, you know, me as an artist, like when I would look at other people's stuff, if I saw, you know, that they shaded something a certain way to make it look darker or put a different lighting source on something to give it a different effect. Like if I saw anything that I saw that they did that I could take and add to what I was doing to make it better. Like, dude, you always want to add to your library. If there's something in somebody else's game that you can take and add to your own, and a friend of mine calls that like your mental library. The more you can build in your mental library, the more you can accomplish, the more different things. And you just always keep adding to your library. You always keep building. And you hear NFL players say that all the time. Like, if I see something in somebody else's game that I can add to mine, I'm going to take it. And I mean, and let's face it, Will McDonald's a professional athlete. I don't have to, he doesn't need my advice, but I'm sure that's what he's doing. You know, I know that there were a couple of young guys that were on the Eagles that went out of their way to say how Reddick took them under his wing and, you know, really helped teach them. And I was really kind of looking forward to that here, but the guy never friggin' showed up. So, but dude, I think that's, you know, one thing that I've heard is like Tyron working with Olu. And I've been hearing just more and more of that, of the older guys working with the younger guys, whether it be, you know, Mosley and Quincy with Sherwood, or Jermaine with Will, or Tyron with Olu. That mentoring thing seems to be across the entire team, which, dude, a lot of times you don't get that. You go into a team and ain't no way that guy's fucking helping you when you might take his job. Like, there's a lot of that mentality with a lot of teams. And it's nice that our team doesn't have that anywhere. Like, across the board, dude, it seems like the older guys are teaching the younger guys. And I just hope that's true with Rodgers too, with Jordan, because Jordan's not active, we don't ever really see him or hear anything about him. I've tried to get stuff from my, what I guess you could call a somewhat inside source, and there's just nothing to tell. I mean, he's just not active. I mean, you know, he can be in the meetings, he can be around the practices and stuff, but he's just not doing anything. So, I mean, it's probably not going to get as specific as what did Jordan learn this week. So, I mean, it is what it is. I just got to trust he's learning all he can. And I'm sure.
Well, we got guys, dude, Tack McKinley, dude. I don't know if you saw it, but Baldy did a breakdown on Tack McKinley. Like, he's showing out. You got Gruden out there. Gruden's talking up Brandon McGregor. So, like, we got guys.
Yes, we do. And like I said, if there's one thing I never worry about this team, it's them evaluating defensive talent and developing it. Not worried about that at all. And now that
Thanks.
now that the offense has a quarterback, I'm not worried about that either. Dude, I mean, just
that's the
having
thing.
that quarterback, and I'm talking like even a competent quarterback would have made things better, but having a really good quarterback now compared to having pretty much just the worst there was, period. Dude, I mean,
it
we've got a
offsets
championship caliber team.
And you don't need Garrett to get 1,800 yards and Brees to get 15 all-purpose. You don't need Jermaine. You don't need Reddick when Rodgers is making up for Zach Wilson this much. You can afford to lose a little bit here and there. You know, we don't need the D-line to carry us. We don't need it.
When you're like Tennessee Titans team for the last decade, Derrick Henry was going to run you to a win. If you're the Vikings over recent years, Justin Jefferson's going to go off and win you a game. You know what? This Jets team is good at every level, at every single position, period. And so we get to sit back and say that was a good, solid team win. Everybody contributed. Everybody did their thing, and we got the job done, and we won the game. And I think there's going to be a lot of that. But you know what? As much as I want to be able to say, oh, God, yeah, Brees went off this week or Garrett went off this week, you know what? We keep racking up them W's. I'll be more than happy to sit here and say that was a good, solid team win each and every fucking week.
Facts. And that's the thing. The more well-rounded and solid you are, the harder it is to defend. I mean, a question in the chat about, Roger says, we have attack McKinley. He's not breaking out or changing. He's not going to keep DC or offensive coordinator. He's not going to keep OCs up at night, basically. No. I don't think we even need it, dude. I'll give you a month to game plan. It doesn't matter. Like, we're not going to beat you schematically. We're going to beat you with our personnel against your personnel.
Right. And you know what? If McGregor or Leonard Taylor can get one sack every 5 games, and McGregor can do that, and McKinley can do that, but they're not clustered in the same games to where we're getting a couple of sacks each game, regardless of who's getting it for us. Who cares, man? Like, you know, I'll say it right now. I don't need any one single guy lighting the stat sheet on fire. As long as everybody's getting decent numbers and we keep putting up wins, that's all I care about. Facts. Now, when I thought Hassan Reddick was going to play and Jermaine was going to be healthy, I predicted we would lead the league in sacks. I can't confidently say that anymore. But dude, I thought that we could be the number 1 defense in the league, and I think we still can be. You know, even without Reddick. I think if Rodgers can keep this offense clicking and we can keep scoring points, that defense is stingy enough that it's going to make it real tough on people to beat us. And
facts. And if you keep
all of our opponents, the defense has been able to really fire off because they're not out there for 40 minutes a game anymore. You know, people aren't killing themselves trying to make plays because they know the offense isn't going to do anything. And now we're getting to see this defense play the way that it really should be able to. Just pin your ears back, go after the quarterback. Our coverage is going to shut guys down. And, you know, I still think we can be a top defense even without Reddick.
I was thinking we'd get like damn near 60 sacks. That's a lot. But
yeah.
Where are we at? Okay, guess what? We are 3rd in the league.
I'd say we'd have to be up there because the last 2 games we piled some up.
Let's see if I can share this. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, Rickie, but let's see.
Yeah,
I
got
make
it
a little larger here.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, too big. Hold on. I'm sorting by sacks right now.
Really,
we are third.
Well, you know what? The Giants have played 1 more game at this point, technically. So.
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, that's a really good point. They played 4
Yeah,
games.
yeah. You know what? We would probably be number 2 if
Yep.
we looked at that before last night's game,
Or on Tuesday or Monday, or Tuesday.
or yeah. So technically, if you don't count last night's game, we'll say through the first 2 weeks or 3 weeks, we were second.
Correct.
Because the Giants are into week 4 already, and we're not. But yeah,
14.
through 3 weeks we were second,
and we are on pace. We're on pace for 79. I don't think we'll get there, but hey, if we get
probably not.
60,
but I would take that. One of my favorite things every year is after the season, the Jets will put out that video that says like every sack from 2022 or 2023 or whatever the year is. I love watching those.
This one's gonna be longer, I think. What do you?
Yeah.
Gonna be a 10-minute video at least.
Yeah. Oh, I'll be loving that. Man. I was a big fan of Huff's, so I don't know. There's just, and the other one was when we were playing the Titans, and Quincy came unblocked for that sack of Tannehill and just destroyed him. Man, just leveled him.
That sack along with Chuck Clark's were my 2 favorite. I mean, I love Will McDonald, but Chuck Clark is one of my top 5 players on the team. To see him get that sack, I think propelled his confidence, and then he goes and gets a strip fumble a quarter later.
I was worried that he had started to decline kind of in Baltimore.
Yeah, I was too. I was worried.
I think it's his coverage that has declined. Like, I'm not maybe crazy about time, coverage, but dude, in run support, he'll friggin' knock your head off, and he's physical and he's smart, and he's got that Baltimore Raven mentality where he's going to take the ball away if he can, and that is something we need on this defense.
Honestly, I think his coverage is coming too. I think it's just a matter of not playing so long. In every single area he was off, he was only a step late, and I think it would just his processing, I think, will get better in this new defense.
Was it Tennessee or San Francisco?
The Ridley?
What game was it where Mosley had the forced fumble, where it was like he just threw a left hook and knocked the ball right out? That was San Francisco, right?
San Francisco did it to Brees. I'm not sure about the other way around though.
Mosley had one where it literally looked like a left uppercut where he literally punched the ball out. And I was like, damn.
Chuck Clark, like I said, give him time. I think he'll get there.
He would have knocked that guy out.
Dude, our linebackers, though, were the biggest difference from week 1 to week 2 to week 3. And honestly, I think that they are the X factor in week 4. I think if you stop that run game, they're not beating us through the air. But we do need to stop Nicks on the ground.
Denver,
who, believe it or not, is there.
Dude, like they beat Tampa, but Cortland Sutton had a really big game for them. And every time we have played them, Sauce has just made Cortland Sutton completely disappear. Like Sauce, actually, dude, and I like Cortland Sutton. Don't get me wrong. I think he's a really good player. But against Sauce head to head, like, I mean, we've seen it a couple of times already. Like, Sauce just blanks him. He'll probably have like 2 catches for 14 yards or something. Like
right. Like, I don't see their passing game. But here's the thing. Bo Nix is actually their leading rusher, believe it or not.
Yeah, Quincy will have something to say about that. Or Sherwood. Like, he'll try that shit with us once or twice, and I think he'll
Thank you. I agree.
I'll tell you right now, if he tries to run on us like that all day long, we're going to be seeing Jared Stidham before the day's over.
You think we'll get to Zach?
I don't even think his sorry ass is active.
The only reason I think it's a possibility is I think that Sean Payton could have him in his toolbox just in case he needs to spark something. Like, I think that's the best way to use Zach, for one. If you're down and out and you need something crazy to spark a game, use Zach. But otherwise,
If they even tried that shit, I would send the house on the very first play and fucking remind their ass that he's Zach Wilson.
That's what I would do too.
Here's a hint, Sean Payton. Under pressure, not good. But I mean, hey, if he wants to do that, I'll be more than happy to watch Zach run 25 or 30 yards in the wrong direction and help us out. I mean, that'd be great. They put him in, and Zach could be our leading returner.
Their top rusher is Nix. Yeah, he is. 2 touchdowns, and he's got 100 yards, which that's crazy that their top rusher has 100. But
3 games in, that's like 33 yards a game. That's awful.
What is ours though? Okay, so Brees has 100. Brees has 100. Yeah, ours are better. I'm not gonna lie. Our stats are better in the rushing game. I don't know if you can see that, but
yeah, 100 yards after 3 games. That's 33 yards a game. That's not good.
Yeah, where's their running backs? Javonte Williams. Yeah, that's all.
Oh, I was looking to see if it had like a long for Brees, like what his longest carry was. It's over 20 yards.
Look at the yards after contact, or yeah, is that yards after contact?
Oh yeah,
I think
yards after contact.
It's all of them.
Yeah,
it's all of them. Holy shit.
Yeah. Wow.
That's that's crazy. If 100, you're getting hit behind the line.
Yeah,
every
he
time.
has more yards after contact than Denver's leading rusher does. Period.
Well, he also has more yards after contact than he has yards himself. That's a lot of yards after contact, though. That's a lot.
Every single
that's
yard?
Impressive.
That's pretty crazy.
And then some. So most of the time he's getting hit behind the line and he's still churning out 3.7. I can't knock that, man. I can't.
No.
Modine is speaking nonsense. He said Bo Nix is going to run all over us. Any thoughts there, Rickie?
By the way, I usually don't pay attention to the chat, but hello to Greg, Nick, and Scott Foster. You cannot have any of what I'm smoking. I know you said you wanted some of it, but you cannot have it.
Yeah, the chat's popping tonight, man. This might be the most viewers I've had in like a month, so I'd like to thank you for staying on as long as you have with me, man.
Hey, no problem.
I wasn't in the mood to monologue for 2 hours, that's for sure. So I appreciate you, man.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I haven't been as active the last couple of weeks, but I'm still kind of trying to, somewhat keep up with the shows and keeping up with everything. And like I said, there's just too many people worrying. And like, even like during the Patriots game, I just happened to be like looking at Twitter or something. And during the game, somebody tweeted out like, can't be wasting timeouts like that. Need to clean that up. And I'm thinking, dude, the Zach Wilson-led Jets that needed to conserve timeouts because we have to make some miracle comeback to win needed to conserve timeouts. These Jets that are blowing the team out 21-3 going into the fourth quarter, and that other team looks like they couldn't score to save their lives. We don't need to conserve timeouts. Quit looking for shit to fucking bitch about.
And the ones we do get off in, dude, the plays we get off in the final 5 seconds or right after a timeout are almost always perfectly executed first down conversions, or third down conversion. Like the ones we do need a timeout on, when we use it, it's being worthwhile is what I'm getting at. Like we're capitalizing It's working. It'll get there. I mean, it's not perfect yet, dude. It's 3 weeks in. It's 3 weeks
Yes.
in.
Yeah, exactly. And it's gotten, that's the thing. It's gotten better each week. The first week we played supposedly, the best team in football, although they just lost. Yeah, I think we're their only win, aren't we? The
San
Niners.
Francisco, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, and they were supposed to be one of the best. It's just that's a tough game to judge everything on right there. But even so, even going back and looking at that game, Jordan Mason was running on us, but it was more like 4-yard runs, 8-yard runs, whatever, through the first half. And they had the ball several times, and we held them to field goals every single time. So it's not like they were just running up the score on us to start with. Now, once the defense had been on the field for 30, 35 minutes in that game and they started getting tired, then you see Mason, break off some longer runs and stuff once the defense was worn down. Which, dude, I mean, honestly, that reminded me of some of our, past games where, as good as that defense is, if you leave them out there all day, eventually they're going to get tired and they're going to wear down. That's just the facts. You can't have those guys on the field, every offensive possession be a 3 and out, and they're on the field all day.
Facts.
That being said, I don't think that game was as bad as people made it out to be. The Tennessee game, we got better, and then this last game, everything just kind of clicked. So,
what's funny though is
we're seeing progress. It's improving and getting better each week. So I'm perfectly
well. Think
happy
about this. In week 1, we gave up 401 yards, and we gave up 41 minutes of time of possession. This last week against New England, we had 400 yards of offense, which 1 yard off, but we canceled it out. And we had 40 minutes. Literally, we gave to New England the game that San Francisco gave to us 2 weeks prior. So that'll help our defense. It'll help our offense. But also, that's the strides we make. We San Francisco they bullied us week 1, and then by week 3 we're the bully. That's cool. That's cool, man. 2 weeks. That's all it took.
Yeah, and you know what? As these guys get familiar with each other, Rodgers gets more used to the receivers. The O-line gets more working together. It's just going to get better. And so, you know what? It's only been 3 weeks, but we got a winning record. That's it. We got twice as many wins as we have losses. It's still early, but I'll happily say that at any time. And dude, I can't discount what we're doing right now based on something that happened last year. This isn't last year's team. This year's team, we've got a quarterback. Things are looking good. And you know what? These aren't the same old Jets, so we can't be the same old fans. I'm starting it. It's Jets fan evolution. We're going to turn into a positive bunch, and we're going to enjoy what we got going on.
Dude, I made a short the other day. I'm like, we got to figure out how to fan, because the way we used to fan is not the way you fan now. It really is different. We don't have to overly scrutinize things, because we have a quarterback that's going to wash away a lot of problems. And that's what I mean about the Garrett stuff and the Brees stuff. And those are gripes we should have had last year or the year before. Those are just learning curves now. It's not the same.
And once the wins start coming in this year, people are going to realize how truly historic that draft was, where we got Brees and Garrett and Sauce. And you know what? I said it before. I'll say it again. This GM built a team so good that we went into Lambeau one year and beat Rodgers, and one of the best to ever throw the ball looked at this team and said, "God damn, they're good. I want to play for them."
Yeah, facts. And actually, Sauce had a nice little pick six in that first quarter that they took back off of him. It would have been worse. But, dude, we pounded Rodgers that game. Pounded him.
Yes, we did. Oh, God. Quinnen destroyed him that game.
Yes, he did.
Quinnen went
A
off
gap.
in that game. Yep. Quinnen went off in that game. There was that one play where Rodgers handed the ball to Aaron Jones, and almost as soon as he had the ball, Quincy was there and just ran right through him and destroyed him. And Rodgers had a front row seat for that. So yeah, there was, and then there was that one trap play where Brees took it and juked about 4 people in the backfield and then just took it to the house. And Aaron Rodgers watched that ass kicking and said, "Man, that's the team I want to play for, the New York Jets."
Honestly, that is the reason why he came out of the darkness. I mean, there's no way he would have known our roster. Like, I don't think not 31 other teams knew the extent of how deep and talented and young this team was had you not played them the year prior and saw it for yourself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He saw it firsthand and he said,
Yeah.
"Damn, I want to play for them."
That's how when Zach Wilson beat you, you wonder why, and then you start realizing the other 52 guys. Don't forget Jermaine on that list of 2020.
You know why? Because he saw it. He saw it up close in person, and he went, "Damn, they have a number 1 defense that'll stop the opponent from scoring a bunch of points, and a first-round wide receiver, and an elite running back. They've got everything there that Green Bay never gave me here. I want to be there."
Facts.
Dude, can you believe that Garrett's touchdown was the first time Rodgers ever threw a touchdown to a first-round wide receiver? How the fuck is the guy one of the best quarterbacks ever that's been in the league for 20 years and you've never gotten him a first-round receiver ever? Why?
Okay, let me ask you this: Did they?
And people saying the wrong dude. All his playoff losses, that defense gave up over 30 points. Like, that's not on him.
Did they squander the the having Aaron that long and only having did they squander it?
Yes, they did. They did. They took it for granted and they squandered it. And dude, I'll tell you what, I GM of a team and we got Aaron Rodgers. You better fucking bet your ass I'm getting him a first round wide receiver. I'm getting him a Justin Jefferson or a Jamar Chase, or I'm getting him a guy like that. You better believe it.
You know, we also got Michael Clemens that draft, but I don't know about him, man. What do you think of Clemens?
He might be hopefully a solid role player, contributor, but if he amounts to be solid depth, I'll be happy. I mean,
Rickie,
that's all you really ask for.
I have Scott Foster in the back. Are you down to have him chop it up?
Yeah, man. Oh, I was going to say, I'll go ahead and bounce and you can bring him on.
No. Well, if you're down to chat, dude, this conversation's flowing. I don't mind keeping you.
Actually, I got a couple of things to do around here, so I'm going to keep listening. But yeah,
Okay.
I'm probably going to go ahead and bounce for now. But I appreciate you having me on. And like I said, I just wanted to come on and share a little positivity and tell people what I'm thinking, how I'm feeling right now. So looking forward to a good year. I can't wait to see Conklin go off again this week. And 37-13 Jets. So looking forward to it. But thanks, man.
Love it, dude. Yeah. Have a good night, brother. What a guy, man. Every convo I have with him is natural, free flowing. Chat's always there with me, but I don't know. I can't talk about his appearances elsewhere, but every conversation I have with him, I love. and he always has decent internet. And he'll say that it's because my show is at night, but I think I just have to touch. Anyways, I got a. I think it might be Doug's father, and I'll tell you why I think that, because this guy is also in the same place that Doug always is. But you tell me, does it look like Doug?
Pinch me if I fall asleep.
What's up, dude?
Oh man, just relaxing. It's been a crazy few days.
Yeah,
Got my blankie though. I'm back under the blanket.
Hey, dude, if we're talking sports, do we really care what the other guy looks like or what he's doing? You know, like, give it to me though. Like, what do you think of the Denver game?
Well, should be a convincing victory, but I'm telling you, Denver's defense was impressive. They may be tougher sledding on the offensive side of the ball than people are thinking, but I imagine Denver winning that game might take a little of their edge away. So
let me okay. You know what? You're gonna talk real about this game. Let's do it, because I did pull some info and I want to look at it, because this Denver team, they're gonna want to play us a certain way. I feel like they're gonna want to run the ball and run the ball and run the ball. So, like, I feel like if Quincy and Sherwood show up, they don't have a chance. But if we get the linebackers we had in week 1, ugh. Anyways, we are favored in a lot of categories. Their passing numbers stink. Our passing defense, great. However, they can expose us in certain ways. They can expose us by running the ball tough and hard, and us not showing our newfound linebacking core, obviously. Let me look at something else here. Okay, so we win in close games. That's awesome. Blah, blah, blah. What I'm trying to say is we're favored by 8. Let's see, where's the other slide I have? It's the most important one, in my opinion. Okay. They stink at passing, we're good at it. So it's an advantage us, but it's kind of a wasted advantage. We pressure. We're number 2 in the league at pressure rate, which is freaking awesome. They're middling at defending pressure.
Without Huff.
Without
Huff, but yeah, without Reddick.
Correct.
Without both of them.
Here's where it gets interesting. I feel like the bottom half of this, our passing efficiency on offense is 5th in the league, but their defense defending it is 6th. So that's where I wonder, does Aaron have it? Okay, let's go down the rabbit hole. If Aaron doesn't have the efficient passing offense that we saw last week, let's just say he doesn't. Can we still be okay? That's where I wonder, because it's kind of been our passing offense has been carrying us, in my opinion. I mean, Braylon Allen as well, but mostly the passing offense. Our offense is decent in the pressure, but it better be, because they're number 3 pressuring. So Aaron is he's gonna be forced to scramble a little bit. It sounds like.
You see the third down stats on there?
Not on this slide. It's probably here somewhere. I have a lot of slides.
Okay.
But what I will say is their rushing defense is top 10. Our rushing offense is 20th. So, like, their defense all the way around is great. It's top on this slide. It's top 10 in everything except rush. Well, yeah. They're all I'm saying is good good defense all the way around. We may struggle scoring 31 like everybody thinks we're going to do. We're going to score 30 to 31 points. That's every take I've heard. I struggle to believe I don't think we get 4 touchdowns. What do you think?
Maybe a defensive score.
Okay.
I watched a lot of their game against Tampa Bay, and their defense was impressive. They shut Tampa Bay down, and Tampa Bay had been rolling. So,
Facts.
We'll see.
If Brees pops one, if there's a defensive score, maybe there's a pick 6, yes, but like there's a good chance this is like a 17-10 game.
Well, Brees does like to pop a long one against Denver, so
yes, he does. Yes, he does. I'd imagine those are like his. I bet you out of his top 5 runs in his career, 2 are probably against Denver.
Yeah. Longest, yeah, for sure. So go ahead. Devontae Adams is starting to have hamstring problems. Wink, wink. Wink, wink.
Good. I'm glad you mentioned that. So let me get to that. Let me ask you, point blank. Is he one of the players that made business decisions last week?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I didn't watch one play of that game, but
I watched a little bit of it.
His hamstring might be making business decisions.
Huh. So you think that that him being out was more on him than on Pierce?
I don't know. It's just kind of suspicious. I could see, why risk getting hurt when I'm going to go somewhere else and have a chance to make a run. I don't know. That's the conspiracy theorist in me, of course.
I will say that a lot of people are making a big deal about a video of him on the sideline going like this.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, so right before halftime, they show a video of Devontae just pissed and annoyed and frustrated. But I watched that game right before that clip was taken because they show you it right on the screen. Right before that, it was like 3rd and 5, and they were driving. He did a slant, and it was for a first down, and he dropped it. And that killed the drive, and then whoever they were playing scored again. And then they show him. Yeah. Well, he was probably frustrated at himself, but now that's being spun into this narrative that he was at the team. And it's like, I don't know. Go watch that game before you decide for yourself.
A 3-second video clip with no context can make anyone look like an asshole or a great person. It's ridiculous.
Aaron's actually mentioned that a few times in the last couple of weeks too. He's like, oh, and if they didn't clip it exactly there and exactly then, like,
right,
it changes the whole context.
Well, I've been doing that to him for a few years now, and I think he just kind of laughs about it probably more than anything.
But what I will say is Pierce did make those comments after the game. And and this thing today with the injury news, in my opinion, I did look 2 or 3 times at like what? Like it could be a coincidence, but Pierce said if players were making business decisions out there, now we'll make business decisions moving forward. If this injury thing isn't that, then what does Pierce have in mind? You know what I mean? Like,
well, it's look at the 2 Raiders that have already been ruled out for the game. Their 2 best players.
Crosby,
and maybe that's totally legit. I don't know, but yeah, interesting.
So I guess Faria said that he could see us trading, and this is through the grapevine, I didn't hear him Faria say it, but that he thinks we're more likely to trade for Crosby now than Adams. Did you hear that?
I haven't heard that. I just heard
I
that
know.
thing.
Someone else said that he said that on Asman this morning. I don't know if he did or not, but I struggle to believe that's the case. I do struggle with believing that.
Well, everyone thinks they want a pass rusher, so it would make sense. But
I just didn't think they'd part with Crosby, but maybe I need to get rid of that notion.
no, I wouldn't either. But is he making business decisions? I don't know. He seems like he's such a Raider guy too, you know,
and a high motor guy that never takes a play off. So like,
yeah.
I gotta see. I got maybe before any of us think like we know what's going on. Maybe we should go back and watch that game like with a fine tooth comb rather than just speculate. But like, I'll take Crosby.
Oh,
Probably.
hell yeah.
I think I would put Crosby here and Adams just here because Crosby is that impactful.
He's a game wrecker, no doubt.
Facts.
But you watch what'll happen. Well, those guys aren't playing though, so I was gonna say the Raiders will win and all the talk will calm down. But if they win and those guys aren't playing,
we got the chat chiming in now on this conversation, of course, because it is a good convo. Imagine Crosby on this team, Clancy said. Dude, I don't know if anybody can imagine that. We'd have to see it, but if he gives us what he's given them over there. Greg said that he hopes Scott starts snoring and farting.
Huh. I don't know. Is that possible?
Alan, Jets are never, ever getting... That's where I'm at, getting Crosby. Fake news. Go get Hendrickson. Don't... at this point, trade for Adams or keep your 4 top 100 picks and go into 2025 draft ready to fillet some guys. Because you go into that draft with 4 top 100 picks. I don't know, though. Do you think we're a piece away this year?
Oh, I mean, a couple
the hard-hitting
pieces,
questions.
maybe. I mean, they got the talent. But you don't want to lose a receiver. You don't want to lose a pass rusher.
Clancy, yeah,
I don't
dude.
think we're going to see.
Well, okay, here's the thing. Do we need Crosby if Reddick just plays ball? You don't get both, right?
Oh, yeah, they won't trade for Crosby if Reddick shows up.
So, like, trading for Crosby would just kill the whole Reddick thing. And
maybe
like,
they
I'm
know
spoiled.
It's dead. Maybe they know it's dead already. I mean, I don't, who knows what conversations are actually being held, but apparently, according to Samini, where that whole thing started, was Reddick is open to going back to Philadelphia.
I heard that too today.
And they don't like Huff, so that's where it all's tying together. But
here's my problem with that. I am not taking Huff's deal as currently constructed.
Well, the Jets wouldn't do that. They would make the Eagles pay for some of it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a deal.
No, because in chat, you've heard me say it a million times, but go look at Huff's contract in 2027. It's like 30 million dead, and he's already gone. So, like, Roseman, you want to eat that dead for a guy that you're getting rid of now? Okay. But
maybe they want to eat it for the guy that is giving them nothing at all. And apparently the new DC does not like him and does not going to use him like the Jets used him. So
are you Keith Best?
Huh?
Robert C is asking, "Are you Keith Best?"
I am not Keith Best. I am the best.
Rickie said they try to portray us. Did you watch Rogers on McAfee? Like, not the clipped up version, but the whole thing or any of it?
I had it on, dude. I've been moving for 3 days, 4 days.
Yeah.
I don't.
Let me stop with all this. Yeah. How's your week been?
My week has sucked, and I hope I die before I move again.
I don't envy move. I may have a move here very soon, and I don't envy it one bit because the last few moves I've had, I lost about 70% of what I've owned. So it kind of sucks, man.
Dude, you underestimate how much shit you got and how long it's going to take to deal with it all. But anyway,
I'm sure Alan knows in the chat. He just moved, but I don't envy you. Where do you know the destination for the chat?
My destination? Cripple Creek, Colorado.
Colorado. You gonna be a Broncos fan now?
No.
You just couldn't have enough of Zach.
Not unless they hired Nate Hackett back.
I don't see that. Fuck Reddick. Infrared said, "Get Adams," as I've stated.
You know what? I agree with the red. To me, I'm just like, okay, we're just playing football. He's not even on the team.
That's where I'm at.
He never was. We're just okay.
Everybody's wanting to like call him. I'm like, bro, if he calls us, okay, then he's behind the 8 ball then. But for now, plan like he's not here, because guess what? Everything we put into him is not stuff that we are losing yet.
Yeah.
Like, it's a pick in 2026. So like, if we never traded for him, we'd be right here anyway.
So I heard something like Reddick didn't have a sack the last 6 games or 7 games or something last year. Have you heard that?
I haven't. I didn't look either, but talk to me. I'm confirm.
Going full conspiracy tonight because I'm just tired. My mind is
that he's washed, and is that why he's
staying home? Yeah, he knows he's washed. Didn't really want to play.
Hey, it's possible. I've heard that notion a few times. I don't buy into it, but I'm not discounting it either.
Yeah, I'm not buying into it. I mean, I'd like him to show up, but I'd like somebody to show up.
But you couldn't tell he wasn't washed by those 3-second Twitter clips all summer?
Yeah, right. With no pads and no one blocking him. Yeah, he was ready to go.
Okay, so
I always thought that about Colin Kaepernick. I don't think he ever really wanted to. Once he was out of the game for a while, he acted like he wanted to be back. I don't think he really did.
He had 2 sacks in his final game last year.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
did we? What was our final game last year?
New England. Remember the?
No, was it?
Yeah. Remember everyone lose, tank.
Yeah, hold on. I'm looking at Bryce Huff. I'm an idiot.
Yeah. Hey, he had 2 more than he's had this year for the Eagles.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, man. But like, did they hire the DC after they signed him?
I don't know, but could be.
Okay, his final 4 games, he didn't have a sack.
Okay.
For what it's worth.
And I just remember someone talking about, Reddick might be starting to slip. That's all.
If you count the playoffs, 5 games.
Okay, well, you count the playoffs, because isn't that when he's supposed to show up?
I don't know his snap counts. Maybe they knew he was gone. I don't know, man. The fact is, he's ours. He's ours. We already traded for him. If you thought he was washed, you don't trade for him. So like I struggle believing that even we or him or anyone. I mean, to me, I'm leaning toward his ego is too high, not he's
I mean, I
hiding.
agree. I agree with
But
that. I'm just throwing another view out there.
No, and I'm with you. That is a take these days. 5
He
including
doesn't seem
playoff
like he wants to
JT.
play. I mean, he's losing so much money, and he's losing money for next year and the year after. He's not helping get a contract.
Okay, so if he shows up tomorrow and plays and gets 10 sacks the rest of our season, I don't want it. If I'm a buyer on the market, I don't want him in the spring. Maybe my opinion changes seeing him perform in our playoffs. But like this has soured me. This whole thing has soured me.
Oh yeah, I think most people. I know there's a few that want to blame Joe out there, but show up to camp. Didn't Joe say, "Show up and we'll negotiate"?
What we know is puzzling. There's got to be more to it.
Well, I think whoever his agent is, when JFM was sent away, they're like, "Oh, we got him now. We got him by the cojones. They're going to give us they'll pay us more." And that might have been a mistake on Joe's part to do it how he did, but
I don't know if Roseman knew that the guy wouldn't even play this year, though. Like, I get, like, I feel like Roseman and Douglas probably, when that trade was made, I believe they both felt like Reddick plays this year. Like, I feel like it was a rental, and everybody knew it was a rental.
Yeah.
But then Reddick wasn't okay with just finishing his deal, which is crazy. Who leaves in the middle of a deal? Like,
yeah.
But like, I don't think we ever were gonna sign him long term. But like, did he know that? Like, does it matter if he stayed in Philly? He'd still have to finish that year. I'm so confused.
The Jets are they're the ones that are paying the price for him being underpaid for many years.
Yeah.
And it just came to a boil with him. Unfortunately, it was when he was with the Jets and maybe with the Eagles also. Maybe that's why they traded him, but at least he played. At least he showed up.
But we also haven't invested a penny or a draft pick into him yet. So it's not affecting this run like people insinuate. Now, It might if you think you counted on him being here, but I don't really believe that we counted on him being here until he was here.
And he was supposed to play what percentage of plays? It was a second or a third, right? So he's not going to, even if he shows up, he won't get that percentage.
Correct. Even if he was here, he wasn't going to, but, well, he might have because Jermaine went down.
Well, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. To me, whatever. He's just not even on the team. I mean, he is, but he's not. So I'm kind of over that whole thing.
Facts. We talked Devontae, Reddick. We talked Denver a little bit. What do you think of Will McDonald so far?
He's been great. Now, I don't know. I'm not looking at all 22 and seeing how he's doing against the run and all that, but I mean, he's rushing the quarterback. No denying it.
So, like what you're saying,
second in the league in sacks right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as a situation, he's at minimum a situational rusher. We don't know if he's a third down DE, but he's a situational at the minimum, right?
Well, yeah, he's proven that, but I mean, what would we have said before the season? And there's a long way to go, obviously, that, he's second in the league in sacks. Well, Daniel Murphy might have even said that anyway, but
Facts. Him, Buffalo Jet fan, Joe Blewett, Will McDonald. There's been loud truthers for Will McDonald. Like you said, though.
I have a hard time making those calls before I see it on the pro level. I'm always wanting to wait. Let's see it first. Well, now we're seeing it.
Well, and I'm sorry, but like all these teams were playing once. We're playing maybe twice. They have 6 days to prepare, but they're just playing like I don't know how much scheming these OCs are doing to stop Will McDonald like a playoff game.
Right.
What I worry is in January when teams have to stop Will McDonald, I fear that they will. He's not we got to see more. I'm not saying he's not, but what I'm saying is the spin move's getting him home, and Will Levis is getting him home right now. So let's see more. That's all.
Yeah. Well, they always say if you want to be a consistent pass rusher in the NFL, you have to have more than one move.
Yes, you do.
Hey, he's getting it done right now.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. And he didn't expect to have to, so that's even better because, he was thrust in, 3 games in 10 days, and Jermaine goes down, halfway through? So.
Yeah. Well, I think Jets world can be happy with those 10 days. Like so many have said, most people didn't think they were really going to beat the 49ers. I know as it got close, a lot of people started saying, we're going to win. But I didn't think they would beat the 49ers. That would have been great. I would have loved it. But that was a preseason game for the Jets.
If the week 3 Jets, probably, it would have been tight.
Yeah. So,
but yeah, to think we get that right off the bat, come on.
That seriously, and I said that to people, that was the least important game of the season for the Jets. First game, you got 16 more out of conference. That was a fine tune-up game.
I'm glad it was first now.
Yeah.
Dude, we're top 5 in the conference because the one we lost was NFC.
Well, now let's see him. You know where we can see him again?
I do. In NOLA.
Oh, that would be nice.
Which is Allen spelled backwards.
What's that?
I said NOLA. That's Allen spelled backwards.
Oh,
I don't think it's a coincidence. Yeah, it's all master planned by Mr. Avatar. Let's see. Well, do you have any questions for me? I'm just thinking, what Rickie called? Did you have any insights about anything he was saying? I'm gonna see what the chat has too.
Rickie's always a great caller and a lot of great insights. I understand he's a little heavy on his Florida State guys, but I respect that, dude. I got my guys over the years. How many times have you heard me say Ken O'Brien or who lately? Jackson Sermon. You're just guys you're gonna root for.
Yep. We still have his rights. Is he on our practice squad?
No, they released him. I don't know if they ever re-signed him. I don't know if anyone has. He was one of the last guys to get cut. They kept a different linebacker. He's a good player. He's just, what the problem is?
What?
He's one of those instinctual players, and he's always around the ball, but people look at his measurables and they kind of almost don't give him a chance.
Yeah. That's frustrating.
He he shined in the preseason games, didn't he?
Yeah. No, yeah, he definitely did. And like he
But
seemed the mold that we go after. Um Let me see though.
yeah, I
I
thought he'd
don't.
probably be a practice squad guy.
Well, if Sherman was your guy, then Austin Siebert was mine, and I am just so annoyed over him right now.
Because he's good.
Because he went out there, didn't have a job for like a whole week, and then he signed, and yeah, he proved he was good. We got nothing for him, basically. We got nothing for him.
Well,
And now Greg, what the hell, Greg?
he's missing some kicks.
Yes,
Maybe he's
he
reached
is.
the point. So is the kid in Baltimore.
Yeah, he has. Hell, you even
It's
saw
funny
what's his
because
face miss one.
the 50-yard percentages are so high, and he's missing them now. But he's getting old.
Yeah, it matters. Do you think these guys? Oh wait, Jackson Sermon is on our practice squad.
Is he really?
I just looked. Yeah.
They
Yep.
must have re-signed him recently. Maybe when Mosley got hurt. I don't know. Because I've been checking every now and then, and he wasn't getting. I figured he'd get picked up by somebody, but good.
Oh yeah.
By the way, Jackson.
I'm trying to see who else is on our practice squad. And by the way, Tariq Cohen, we still have the rights to, FYI. So if he decides he wants to come back in December, we might have a little returner there. Practice squad: Jason Brownlee, that easy guy, Ferkser, Hector. Oh God, Zach Coons, whatever. Cole, I like having Cole Laval. I like that kid. Adrian Martinez, I think most of us liked him. McCrary Ball, I think he got in a little bit last game.
Huh.
Oh, look at this guy, Connor McGovern. Hell yeah.
There you go.
Jalen Mills, the new safety we got. Jarius Monroe. This in Wangu, he was also a return man where I forget where he was at. Maybe Alan can tell us where, because he's an Iowa State guy. He was a return man. Maybe the Commanders, I can't remember. But he lost his job this camp. Kendall Sheffield. Oh, Jackson Sermon. There you go.
There we go.
Brandon Smith and dude, Trace Willing is another guy I like too. But go ahead.
My dad said that his dad, Jackson Sermon's dad, Peter Sermon, was the best player he ever coached.
That's cool to know.
And that guy was having a good NFL career, really coming in his own, and had one of those injuries that he couldn't come back from.
Allison says the Packers just use them and abuse them. Their players, when they're done with them, they don't even say thank you playing for them. I know. Dude, they just cast Aaron out like a piece of garbage.
Well, Aaron called them out. I don't know if you remember that whole press conference. He called them out on that stuff.
He did, the aging vets. The aging vets.
Yeah, maybe they learned a lesson from that. Who knows?
Facts. Blue and yellow blood, do the mass. Welcome. I see you just subscribed. Hell yeah. We got 50 people watching us.
Around here?
Oh yeah. Come on.
Oh yeah. Mo.
he most recently said, Greg, never go full Diddy.
You always count on Modine to try to throw a turd in the punch bowl. No question.
Facts. He had a troll the other day, I think I saw.
Really?
Someone made an account and their name was Doe Mean. I love you too.
It wasn't Doe Mean Bobby's nuts.
Do mi fa sol la ti do, I think it was. Salute Santa. Billy Bong Thornton. The chat. Dude, we're getting to that time of night. But hey, there's still 50 people.
Right on.
Dude.
Right on.
Would you say...
doing? Oh,
yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, yeah.
Let's not go there.
Murph is having a good time, I hope. I have my window open, so I got a bug in here. But yeah, Murph, he's in a different kind of danger zone, I think.
Oh man, he gotta get his priorities straight. Yeah, tell that girl it's Saturday night for me.
I did say though that we got to start fanning different ways. I guess he took the opportunity to let his hair down.
So, week 5 is the London game, isn't it? Oh, god damn! I got to get up. So that's early out here.
I'm not looking forward to that because you know me, I go to bed at like 5, so that'll be 9:30 start. Oh,
yeah.
That means I'm sleeping through the 1 o'clock games. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, that damn fantasy football. Almost any game can be pretty interesting. Even a couple shitty teams, as long as you have someone in that game that's producing.
Facts. It makes all the difference.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw it, but Baldy broke down.
Dude, I love Baldy.
Dude, he broke down. Who was it? Tack McKinley, man. Tell me if you can hear this, but I want to play this. Let me put us over on the side. All right, let's see. 3, 2, 1.
You know, a lot of people weren't probably paying attention when this game was out of reach, but this Leonard Taylor, free agent out of Miami, Florida kid.
Leonard Taylor.
This is his first game ever played in the NFL. Runs his twist stunt with Michael Clemens right there. And he just gets off the block right here, and down goes Drake May. Like, first game he's ever suited up, he's in on a sack. And then you just watch this violence right here. He's like 6'4" and change, 305, but watch him stack and shed the center. This is what I love. Violently get rid of him. Stack, shed, get off the block, make the tackle. Like, there's something there. There's something. He's playing Quinton Williams' spot right here. He rushes on the edge right here. All right? You get a little twist stunt with Solly. All right? Like, there's something inside this kid. You know, and you just watch him, just his movement, his power, his size, inside. I think he can rush from the outside. Like, let's just give him another chance. Like, played 24 snaps the other day, and he showed up.
Hey, come here.
Were you able to hear that?
Yeah, that dude Baldy's awesome, man. I love his work.
Damn straight. Leonard Taylor III, sorry, not McKinley. But, dude, he's got me pumped over him.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of anything this week except the actual game.
It almost softens the Reddick blow and the Jermaine blow a little bit. Just knowing that we got some UDFAs, you know, in the pipeline. Because as good as Reddick... Okay, you're good. As good as Reddick is, you're still paying him a decent salary to be it. But if you get a UDFA or two, like, you're paying them, what, 6 figures? If they give you even a $5 million ROI or a $6 million, you know, that's well worth. You replace Al Jefferson and Al Woods, Quentin Jefferson, and your 2 UDFAs. That worth their weight in gold. 100%. It's beautiful. I don't know if you mean the film Baldy showed, but I would agree. Yeah, the talent, JT, you're right. The talent was there. Actually, coming into this season, Tack McKinley was the only edge player on our roster with 20 career sacks. Now Quinnen obviously has 20, and maybe Mosley. I don't know. Quinnen does, but like edge players, he was the only one that is slightly proven. So you're right. The talent's there, and the situation. It's like Kinlaw, right? Kinlaw, talent's there. You put him in a good situation, you can harness it. Can we harness? We are harnessing Kinlaw, man. Kinlaw, that's my dude. I honestly want to find a way to keep Kinlaw. I do not want him to walk. I wish his deal was a 2 or 3 year deal when we got him. Too late. It's not. Now we're seeing it, but like he's probably gonna walk. But damn, man, I want him for the whole Rodgers window. Cause as good as he is this year, he'll be better in January. He'll be better next September. So on. Infrared Jets. Hell yeah, brother. LT3 is a hurricane from the U. He's a monster. And he was one of when they like the UDFA signings, he was the marquee guy for me. I think there was another guy that made a little more, but LT3 was the guy. The question was, does he play his motor? Does he take plays off? Like, that's what I need to see. But if we're not using him for 80, 90% of snaps and we're using him for like 30, he won't take them off then. That's how you do it, man. JFM, who? Yeah. You know what? But I will say, JFM has been playing good in Denver. I think he had a sack last week. Actually, they had 7 sacks last week. 7. Now, they weren't playing our O-line, but they had 7 sacks. And we were pumping our chests about getting 7 sacks against the Giants in the preseason when they were missing half their O-line. Context matters. That's all. Context matters. Get 7 versus us, and I'll applaud you, right, Denver? I think the points Sunday are going to be hard to come by, but I think that they're easier for us than they are for Denver. I was at like 31-10, 30-10 when everyone else was. Then I dug deeper. Now I think I'm like 20-10. I think so. I think it's more like Tennessee than New England. And we should be fine with that. We should. Got Scott working out his kinks, but he's on his way back. Yeah, we got correct. But again, New England was down half their O-line again. Context matters. Do you need the sacks to win? I mean, we didn't need them Thursday. We didn't need them in the preseason. Whatever. It's nice. It's nice to see that your pass rush moves are getting home. Scott, I see you, man. It's just you're spinning. I don't see your cam, but I got you. Hold on. I hear you. I don't see you. You may have to refresh.
All right.
I do. Yeah, just try to refresh. I do. I hear you though. If your camera never works, I'll still bring you in, but try refreshing first. Clancy, yeah, if we're good with LT3, yeah, dude. It's not about like hitting and getting the guy you expect. It's about like getting more than you paid. You know what I mean? Yes, you got to hit on the first rounders, but like even then, you're like breaking even. You hit on the underneath and you get medium out of it, it's almost just as good as hitting on a first rounder. There he is. There's that sexy man that's horizontal.
I'm sure the chat would be happy for my camera to not come back on. But
no, it could be worse, man. At least you got a shirt on.
You sure?
Fairly.
But do I have pants on?
Just FYI in the chat, probably going till the top of the hour. I'm getting tired and hungry. But we got a half hour. If you have any questions for Scott or me, submit them now. Roger says he owned a Corvette LT3. What do you think of that?
Well, did this go to car chat while I was gone?
I guess so.
I owned a Mach 1 Mustang with a Boss 302 in it. First car I ever bought. And I've kicked myself for selling that thing. Turned out it was a collector's item. I bought it for $1,000. Oh.
Dude, a 302 though? Fuck.
Yeah, the Boss 302 was special edition deal. I shouldn't even brought that up.
I had a Firebird with T-tops, dude, but I didn't shop.
The Smokey and the Bandit thing?
Dude, it was a V6. I'm like, I'm embarrassed to even brag. Like, dude, it sucks, man. It was pretty.
You looked cool. You looked cool, but you weren't cool.
No, correct. Probably helped me get a little tail here and there, but it wasn't getting me. Wasn't getting me. No high fives though.
Well, I'll take tail over a high five any day.
Allison says the Jets appreciate what they get. But dude, I mean, how much shit sandwiches do you need before you start saying, "Oh, this is ham and cheese, nice"? Not throw them out.
Fans.
Well, yeah,
that's another story.
I will say, dude, that stadium. When did we play? Thursday night. Was it Thursday night? Yeah. Our last game.
Yeah, it was the first game. That's right, because we went into Sunday like, I already got a W.
Yeah, dude, and everybody else stunk on Sunday. But that stadium at night on primetime looks way better. They should never have 1 o'clock games in MetLife.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
It does. Like, you don't see the air conditioner comp until daytime.
So how about Cincinnati 0-3, Jacksonville 0-3. I wasn't high on Jacksonville, but a lot of people were kind of calling for them to have a bounce back year. Minnesota 3-0.
Dude, what about Baltimore?
Seattle 3-0?
Maybe. I know Pittsburgh is.
Pittsburgh. I know I was calling for Pittsburgh to
Baltimore
have a bad year.
0-3 or 1-2? 1-2.
Who?
So Baltimore and Cincy being 1-5.
Yeah,
that's crazy to me.
Well, they were talking on the NFL radio. They're looking at the stats of teams who are 0-2 in last year, a pretty high percentage won. And then this year, I think 6 out of the first 7 won, but then the ones that lost were Jacksonville and Cincinnati. I mean, I'm shocked Cincinnati lost.
What do you think of them this week? Like, they're playing the Red Rifle.
I mean, they'll win, but I said the same thing last week. I mean, how many teams go 0-4 and then make the playoffs? I bet very few have ever done that, if any.
I kind of want Andy Dalton to win. I'm not going to lie.
So, how many people are going to say that about a different matchup, week 5? You know?
Darnold whooping us.
Yeah.
I could see it. But it's not like, well, I don't know. Dalton's been gone from Cincy for how long? It's not like they went straight to
a long time.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there will be people saying that. They will.
Oh, for sure. Well, it'll be non-Jet fans saying that. Although I still remember the guy preseason that said he'd love to see Zach Wilson come in and beat the Jets. Like, what?
Yeah, J Jet X. Yeah,
Oh my God, that was the worst thing I heard.
He doubled down on it too the next day. But yeah, that was a bad take. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, here's a question, a legit one. Do you guys think the Jets, if they win the coin flip, should we take the ball first?
No. And I'd say that because I know what Rodgers likes to do. He likes to close the half of the score and then open the half of the score. He loves that shit.
I mean, that is a huge, yeah.
And that's a goal of his. So yeah, I mean, how often do teams choose to receive anymore? Seems pretty rare, huh?
I don't know if Rodgers started that idea, but like, it's a damn good idea.
Oh, yeah.
And in the second quarter, or hell, even the fourth quarter, if we get the ball back, like with 5 minutes, you can almost guarantee. Worst case scenario, we're kicking off to them with like 10 seconds. Like, we will use 90% of that remaining time.
Kickoffs. Here's the thing. NFL, their big deal about the kickoff, the new rules. There's, I think, I don't know if less, but there's hardly any kickoffs getting returned.
It's because there's not as, the data doesn't suggest you should let them field it.
Yeah.
If you're saying that if you kick it out the back of the end zone, they get it at the 30, but all the returns are averaging the 28, why chance the return being a touchdown? Over what, 2 yards? What do you think, though? Sure. Are there's thought that next year they could make the kicking it out the back of the end zone the 35.
Go back to the original kickoff rules. Quit getting so weird with it all.
I don't know I don't know what the solution is. I really don't. Would the previous rules be safe?
Well, okay, you could still do the how they have them lined up now, but have them kicking 10 yards farther back or so. I don't know.
Well, Modine, more kickoffs are being returned, but more than what? Last year when it was like 0?
But not very many. I think I heard they're talking about a team. It might have been they were talking about the Packers today on the radio that they haven't returned a kick yet. I think they haven't given up a return yet. One of the two. Whoa, Dane just disappeared.
Sorry, but that was the whole thing. Like, I forget, maybe Sala said it. Like, if you just kick it out the back, someone said it. You don't even have to practice the coverage during the week, Yeah. Assuming you have a kicker that can do that. Have we fielded, have we put any in play, or has Greg just pounded them every time?
I don't recall at the top of my head. It seems like he just hammers them. And why wouldn't you? I mean, you said it perfectly. for a few yards, you're going to risk a chance of something going to the house. No, it's okay.
Facts.
Especially if you have a good defense.
Yeah, let the defense 70 yards to score a touchdown is okay.
Yeah.
Roger says he thinks that the NFL should level the playing field and just make steroids legal. Baseball should have did that after McGuire and Sosa.
You know what the problem is? I don't know. I'm not the baseball fan I once was, but the homers, it's not even special anymore. There's just too many of them.
What would solve it? 450 feet fence in every stadium?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if anything would solve it. Yeah, or they could raise the pitcher's mound. One time they dropped it when the pitchers were really dominating the sport. Long before your time, Dane.
Move it back a little. Well,
back a little.
No,
yeah.
Well, that would make it easier, right?
Back when guys like Bob Gibson were hurling. But yeah,
my favorite to watch, Randy Johnson, man.
I don't get it. With that guy,
dude, 104, 105. Like, what was he doing that nobody else is? Even to this day, you don't see that.
Oh yeah, that guy, whew. And big old tall dude, gangly, just arms and legs all over the place.
Uglier than sin.
You know what he's doing now? I think he's a professional photographer. Or that's become a love of his. I saw a special on it.
Cool. I did like him. Like he got a lot of bad flack, but dude, he was intense. I loved him.
He was intense for sure. But the fucker killed a bird.
Yeah, dude, that was epic. I'm sorry. Sorry, you aviary people or whatever the hell the word is.
That bird just blew up. That was a pigeon, man. Those things are like, oh.
I feel more for Randy Johnson than I do for Ozzy Osbourne, okay?
That bird, I mean, it was just feathers flying all over the place.
Yeah, I remember that plain as day.
That bird has some bad luck. Can you imagine the timing for that to happen?
I cannot. That's how you know you're throwing fast, though, huh?
Yeah.
Johnson was that dude. JT said he was, man.
Yeah. I don't know. There were some good pitchers. I guess I don't pay enough attention anymore.
Well, I started watching a little bit this year, but what I'm getting at is like the fastball is being like 93, 94. Maybe you got the best guy in the league pitching 98. And that's when I think back to like turn of the century when it was like 101 Clemens and 104 Johnson. Like, I'm sorry, but seeing triple digits, that'll get me in a seat.
Yeah. And now it's all for batters. It's launch angle. That's the big thing. Launch angle. They all just want. We don't see. How often do we see a sacrifice bunt or hitting behind a runner or all that stuff that took skill to do? Now it's just long ball. I like seeing. They did try to change a little bit so that the guys might steal more bases. That dude in Cincinnati is stealing a ton. That's kind of cool. I like seeing that. I love the good base running.
He's good.
Just so many homers now. It's like, oh, there's another homer.
Dude, you got the pitcher guy. What's it? Dodger.
Yeah, he was a great
Chinese.
He had a 50-50 year.
Come on, man. Come on. That shouldn't be possible.
Well, I mean,
I'm not taking anything
is he
away
the greatest
from him.
baseball player ever?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I'm not educated
He's a
enough.
great offensive player. He's a great pitcher. Is the only one ever to have a 50-50 season.
What were the Polo Grounds? Can you fill me in with this? Or wait, damn it, the chat moved. Otani, thank you, Modine. I want to play baseball again at the Polo Grounds. Did they have like deep fences or something?
Most of the stadiums used to be pretty big. I mean, not like, of course, Boston had the short right field and the tall wall, and Wrigley Field was pretty small, but there were some huge ballparks in the day. I mean, you had to get one to hit a home run.
I don't know, but like, put yourself in my shoes. Like, 98 to 03, like you had Sosa and McGuire. That Ken Griffey too. Like that home run chase was epic. Then
What
you
if
also
Griffey
had
had taken steroids? What
dude,
if he'd ever done that? What would he have done?
His swing was gorgeous.
Oh yeah,
gorgeous.
Yeah,
I love watching him play, and I know the Pacific Northwest loves him to this day.
Yeah,
but like you had St. Louis Rams, you still had Marino at the tail end. You had Peyton coming in, Tom Brady later, but like you still had Favre. Dude, you had professional wrestling that was fun. WCW versus NWO versus WWE. Like turn of the century is my childhood, and I think that after that it was all downhill. And Randy Johnson, though, I don't know, just not the
OJ
same.
in a white Bronco.
yes.
I think
Dude,
that was still
I'm
90s,
glad.
right?
Yeah, well, I'm glad I got to see Barry Sanders, man. I got to see him run against the Jets. I don't know. It's just not the same, man.
Yeah.
I'm lucky, though. I got to see a lot of that. Sosa McGuire was must-see TV.
Yeah, it just seemed like big things every night were happening.
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, dude, was like the whole world was watching. The Seinfeld finale. Like, dude, big moments in time.
Dude, I bartended a party at a hotel in a great big ballroom for the Seinfeld final show.
Dude, it was huge. The whole world was watching.
Crazy. It was the weirdest thing.
Dude, there was like the ratings on that, like I don't know, man. It just
like it was the Super Bowl. Seriously.
Yes. I feel like didn't they get arrested? Spoiler alert, but didn't they get arrested or something?
God, I don't remember. I feel like it was kind of disappointing, but most finales are, I think, hard to have a good way out, especially after so many years.
Do you think Albrecht? Okay, is the Blitz here to stay?
Well, it should be part of the package, but the more guys you rush, the weaker you are in the back end. So if you blitz, better get there.
Well, yeah. Our secondary
every team
should hold up, but come on.
Every team would love to be able to get pressure on the quarterback without blitzing. That would be their top choice. Now, every team can't do that. So, but in reality, blitzing weakens you somewhere else. Jets, fortunately, have some good secondary guys, so they might be able to get away with more blitzing.
Dude, our middle, though, might be our strength thus far. I know a lot of people want to shout out the Quinnen, Kinlaw, Will McDonald trio, but like what they have behind them, maybe not the San Francisco game, but Quincy and Sherwood and Mosley make that defense.
Yeah, we talked about this last week. Maybe coincidence, maybe not, but man, they've been better since Mosley got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I hope Hazel's not listening again.
You're right. We did talk about this, but do you think that better quarterbacks on the other side will exploit Sherwood in time?
Possibly. And, maybe it was going to happen anyway. Maybe the defense was just coming together, but it's just an observation at this point.
Trust me, if we weren't locked into CJ next year, I would entertain it more for sure. But I think the price even that we are locked into him next year could easily make him a second. Like, just don't give him 99% of the snaps. Like, use a 3-headed monster. Right. That's what I'm getting at.
Well,
but
now
I don't
they
know.
They can. Now they know they don't have to do that. I mean, well,
do we have
size, but
do we have Sherwood? I don't even know how long we have him either.
A good question. We got Jackson Sermon.
Yes, we do. And is Sherwood like the tits, or will anyone we plug in that sits in the system for 2 years be able to do that?
Can't answer that question.
I know. They're tough questions. That's when you decide who you're paying, though. It's like, are you? You know what I'm getting at, though.
Yeah. Don't be paying no prima donnas.
Like Garrett? I'm just trolling when I say that, by the way. I'm not there yet, but
I've seen the frustration with him. You can see it.
Yeah. It's what does it evolve into, that's all.
Right, exactly.
Should things not get corrected. And honestly, I could see them corrected as soon as week 5 or 6. So, like, I don't know how Minnesota's secondary is, but as soon as he has a guy that's not like a top 5 corner, I expect they'll get on the same page.
I don't know how their secondary is, but their defense has been very good.
Who?
I think they're
Minnesota.
giving up. Are they giving up less than 10 points a game?
Maybe. I was just looking at Sherwood here, who coincidentally is on the final year of his deal.
There's another one. Well, there's a lot of guys on the final. We've been through that one too. There's so many guys.
What?
Yeah.
You know what we need then? Mosley to come back and then play every damn snap he can so that Sherwood's cheap in the spring.
Tell Hayes, I'm not on my ass. I'm on all of it.
Oh, did she show up?
My whole left side. So my left cheek, Hazel.
Scott on his ass. Yeah, what's your name today? Beat in the woods or bear?
Beat.
What does that mean?
I'm worn out, dude. Tired.
Oh, okay. I'm with you. Scott chilling on the couch. Clancy's right there with us, though. We're all just chilling, man.
Yeah.
We got 5 to 10 minutes left, but this new subscriber here is giving us some great questions. Just joined the channel like an hour ago. Already has some good questions. Hey, Garrett wants to be number 1. But with Aaron, he's going to have to be open and run his routes on time and correctly. You know what? Yep. That is true. Aaron is not looking at who you are. He's looking at where you are supposed to be and when, right?
Absolutely.
So why isn't Garrett where Rodgers thinks he should be when he's thinking? That's is Garrett improvising? Is Garrett slower than Rodgers thinks? Is he? I don't know.
I heard the improvising thing as an explanation. I don't remember where, but that he was doing a lot more of that in past years because he could. And that was there. Zach wasn't going to throw something on time anyway. Maybe
just stick with the X's. I mean, we'll see. I think it's going to be.
My personal opinion, I think he gets lazy with his routes sometimes.
Dude, it was I know that the video I shared to you and Daniel last week was choppy, but it was a simple 10-yard up comeback to the stick. Mm-hmm. And it was as soon as he turned, the ball hit the in front of his foot. You know what I mean? So and no obstruction from the corner whatsoever. So I don't know. It wasn't a freelancing play, is what I'm getting at. It was a simple run the route, and he was late on it. So I don't know.
Well, that's the thing, and I've heard these stories about Rodgers in the past. It's if you hear it about Brady too, and man, all those great quarterbacks. If you miss it by 2 yards, you miss it. Yeah. 2 yards doesn't seem like much, but when they're throwing to 11 and you go to 13, it makes a difference. And those guys are that precise.
But the thing is, when you do dial that in, it's almost indefensible.
Oh, for sure. And that's the same thing happened with Davante Adams. I mean, it was probably 2 to 3 years before him and Rodgers were really dialed in.
Someone else said that earlier, that I didn't realize it took that long. More than just Davante developing himself. You know what I mean?
Well, and there was, they had some pretty good weapons there too. So you had Cobb, and Cobb was, top of his game at that point, and Jordy Nelson. So if you're not doing what you're supposed to do, he's got those guys to throw to who are doing it. And those guys are pros.
Modine with a good shout out here. He said that the Vikings blitz, but they play zone. So maybe that is a game that Garrett can exploit the holes in the defense,
Well, and the Jets should sort of know them because it's the guy from Miami. He's their defensive coordinator.
Don't put me on the spot.
The coach that, he was the head coach of Miami, got fired.
Not Fangio.
No. Before the current coach. And then there was the whole drama with him and the
help me out, chat.
Brian
Flores,
yeah. And I know the Vikings last year, I think, were blitzing more than anyone in the league.
Blue and yellow blood chirping in again. They said they love us talking. Sherwood is not going to be cheap because he sat behind all-pro C.J. Mosley, and teams aren't that dumb. They're smart. They know. But, is he the kind of guy that D'Amico would pluck? I mean, you'd have to pay him, though, obviously, but...
Well, who are they currently paying, or who will it be paying next year?
It's a good... we'd have to see, how much more does Sherwood show on tape? Right now, it's a very small sample size. Maybe we're willing to pay him a little bit in 2025 because we know it's CJ's final year, and then when CJ leaves, you know what I mean?
Man, a lot of guys to pay next year.
There really is, man.
Next off season is going to be very interesting.
It is.
There'll be a lot to talk about.
Because here's the thing, like we have 58 million in space, but I was saying 70 because we would save 12 by cutting Lazard. Who knows? Maybe we don't even get to cut Lazard.
Yeah, you're not hearing as much of that stuff now. There's still people that don't care just because of last year, but
yeah,
I mean,
at least we
they
have.
still might, but they'd like to see something from somebody. Corley, maybe. I mean, hopefully Corley can be an NFL receiver at some point.
We do have a lot of pieces to replace.
But then
Mike
again,
Williams, Conklin's leaving. Conklin,
yeah.
Williams. I couldn't even tell you on offense.
The-
There's Tyron's
probably
both
what,
tackles.
3 offensive linemen. Yeah.
Yep. It's nuts, man. Ugh.
But maybe Adams will be here for a year and a half.
With a lot less money in our pocket, but yes. It would negate the need to have studs, though, replace a lot of these other guys. Like, you could go cheaper somewhere else,
Well, that's always the game they play, right?
Yep.
And teams
Brian
decide where they want to
Flores.
spend their money and where they don't.
He always beats Belichick, Flores does. Any final thoughts? I'm winding down, Scott. I'm sure you've said most of you want to say too, but like,
I'm just shocked I'm even awake right now, to be honest with you.
I didn't think that I would last 4 hours either. But we got 32 watching us on Twitter, which is like a record. Another 20 on YouTube, so 50
Nice.
watching me eat peanuts and you lay on the couch, Scott.
Dude, I slept on a floor last night. Everything
you?
was out of my house, but I was still there. So I made a bed out of like dog blankets and little mats and
Did you secure that awesome Native American painting you have?
It is in storage right now. I was definitely on those guys like take care of that thing.
You better.
We'll see. It's still got a long way to go to get to Colorado.
We need that. The next time you call us in the Colorado, it's got to be in your frame, though. You know that, right? It's got to be in the window.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I should have wrapped that thing up real well, but I was just over it.
Well, the next time we talk, I think we would all be mind blown if we don't win this game, and like I would be pompous. Sure. Like I think that'd be a pompous thing to say, even like a couple weeks ago. But like, you don't win, you don't lose this game. Like,
no, there's no way.
You don't.
I mean, yeah. Aaron Rodgers, Bo Nix. I mean, there's the whole we want to kill Sean Payton thing to boot. That motivation. But it's at home.
Yeah. Facts. They've been in West Virginia down by Murph all week, like waiting.
Really?
Because I guess they who'd they play? Tampa Bay. Right?
Yeah, they're in Tampa Bay. They never went home, huh?
They flew up to West Virginia. They're at some podunk place right now, waiting to come to MetLife.
Was Murph down there pulling fire alarms where they're staying, so they're not getting any sleep?
He should be, but I don't know if he's pulling that. He's pulling tail though.
Murph.
Hayes says it best. Hit the like and subscribe. I do appreciate it. Like every time I think, oh, dude, I'll struggle getting 90 minutes. Here we are. Dude, what, Charles? Rickie, New York, Midnite Mike, you. I'm probably forgetting someone, but those 4 callers, they didn't just call in. BMAC, thank you. Yeah. They didn't just call in for a minute. I should have did that thing Midnite Mike does where he's like, it's time to win Murph's job.
Yeah, I was laughing when you were talking to Charles because you like tried to direct him back on the Jets and then he went right back into Peyton Manning, at least for a little bit. He was like, he just slapped you right away. Like,
Yes, he did.
I'm talking here.
You caught that. I saw you put something about swatting Dane, and I was like,
He blocked that shit like Matumbo.
yeah, that's a good one, Matumbo.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't know how to do that in the chat. I wanted to.
He was on a Peyton Manning. He was on a kick, several things, but the Peyton, I'm like, all right, we got to get this back somehow.
I can't quite read this thing. What someone said. Did Scott ever
get arrested
Oh,
for taking the tag off a mattress?
no, I have not.
He's still wanted in 49 states for the same reason, though.
That's why I shaved my head and dyed my beard gray.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know about you, but it's 69 right now, but it did start getting a little chillier the other night, and I thought summer was over, to be honest.
It's been hot here, but it's cooling down at night, which is cool. As long as it cools down at night.
Allison, I saw her mention Zach a few times on other channels. I don't know if she realizes that he's gone, but Zach is playing against us this week. None of us think that he'll get into the game, though, but I know the Green Bean and Company crew that'll be at the game is going to start chanting his name. So
has he even been active?
I think he's been emergency. But I mean, to be your emergency on game day, you have to be one of the 53. And I think it's interesting that Peyton he's kept him as one of his 53 and hasn't practice squatted him at all. Now he could be invisible on game day, but you still can't keep a 53rd guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Huh.
So at some point, I wouldn't be shocked if he didn't have like a Tebow package for Zach. Would that be crazy?
What's that? The I suck package?
Where he puts him in as a tight end.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be a Dolphin.
I don't know, man. Yeah, a Dolphin. That's a good point. Or a Giant, I heard. But Daniel Jones is playing slightly better.
That'd be great if he was in division, trying to lead another team.
What if he was in stadium?
Oh, yeah. I'd rather it be a Dolphin. It would just be so much fun.
It would. Especially if he had to start for a month.
Yeah.
Preferably in December when we play them twice.
Speaking of that, have you heard anything about Tua? What's he doing?
To my knowledge, no. I think this week was going to be the first time he was really going to sit down with a neurologist. So.
Oh, okay.
They waited.
I don't know, dude. I'd have to be strongly considering retirement, but I mean, obviously he was stupid. He put his head down. That was on him, and he's got to not do that. But man, when you're playing ball, how do you?
You don't. You can't change that. You can't.
Yeah.
I refuse to believe it, that, or you just don't ever run again. Right?
Yeah, but I mean, there's a team on a quarterback that is never going to run.
I don't know, man. But
I mean, look at Rodgers. Didn't Rodgers run for 2 first downs last week?
Yeah. I mean, you think though after the first catastrophic moment that he would have went to the drawing board and made changes. I don't know.
Yeah. That was Then and as soon as he flopped over and his arm was stuck up in the air. I was like, oh, goddamn, you got another one.
It was bad too.
Every time their limbs stay stuck up, it's like, oh, okay, there's a brain trauma right there.
Yeah. And it was, see, I've never had a concussion. I've had seizures, which are quite
Really?
devastating. Yeah. And
Oh,
one that lasted a good month or two where it fucked me up. But
wow.
I can't say it's the
too.
same as getting like a missile hit, into your head.
Yeah. I've had 2 concussions. One playing football and one from a car wreck.
Okay.
The car wreck was, it was weird because I knew where I worked, but I didn't know what I did there. I think I knew I was married, but I couldn't remember who my wife was. I pissed my pants.
Yeah.
Yep. Fortunately, when I got one in football, I didn't piss my pants.
Dude,
but,
seizure was bad. So a lot of the same symptoms, it sounds like. But dude, my head was scrambled.
Scary, man.
How long did your concussion linger though?
It was weird. I kind of had headaches a little bit later, but I got a concussion and bruised ribs in the auto wreck, and I thought I was totally done, and then out of nowhere, my ribs started hurting again. The football one was more minor, but it was crazy because this guy he took his helmet through my neck and my chin. And I remember like looking over at the sideline. It looked like it was half a mile away. And I was thinking, and I used to run. Me and another guy would run every play in and out. We were receivers, and it was like it was foggy. And it was far away, and I remember thinking, man, I hope Chris is going to come in. And all of a sudden, I see him trotting in, and it was like literally like a half a mile away. I was like, oh, so it was just weird.
Yeah, like a tunnel vision.
Kind of, yeah, like a foggy sort of tunnel. It was just hard to explain.
Interesting.
And I was fine after that. That was back when they had those smelling salts. I don't know if they still do that anymore. You kind of you're supposed to clear your head up that way.
Yeah.
Probably today's game, they'd make me sit out the rest of the game, or at least check me out somehow. But that was a model. And the car wreck was a pretty good one.
Yeah, Roger said he had a concussion. He vomited for a day and a half. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah, that's bad. Yeah.
Crazy. Dude, and then you got Favre coming out this week, and I feel for him, man, because, that's not a good... Did you hear that?
Yeah. Didn't Muhammad Ali have Parkinson's also?
Yes, I believe so.
And they attribute it to blows to the head?
Yeah. It's rough, man, because you don't get better. It just gets worse. Degenerative.
Rodgers had a couple, at least, I think, concussions.
Most that play that long, you're gonna, it's just, I don't know, Parkinson's. That's another ball game.
Yeah.
The extreme, the Iron Man though, maybe he should have sat out a few games.
Well, people weren't honest about it back,
No.
You went in the game.
Yeah, and
now they won't let you, or guys would still be doing it. More people are aware, and they want to save their brain, and they'll take themselves out. But it's it's a macho sport, dude. Something to say, those guys that can stay on the field.
Facts. And honestly, when you got a good quarterback, them sitting out that's night and day.
Yeah, and I'm sure Favre liked that whole the Iron Man image too.
Machismo.
Yeah, but he's kind of a dummy anyway, so maybe he couldn't tell the difference.
Adirondack Fly Guy. I've had 7.
Oh, yeah.
Shoo. Modine. Live by the sword. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, man. It just sucks. That's all. It's just shitty. Like, let's figure out these Guardian caps. Let's figure out the helmet. Like something where, I don't know, our kids NFL stars live.
Who was wearing one the other night? Wasn't the Patriot wearing a Guardian cap?
Yeah, I've seen a few in game, I should say, a few in
Yeah.
game.
That was the first one I really noticed. I was like, oh, huh.
From far away, you can't even.
Hey, Murph's
can't
getting a
tell something.
concussion tonight.
Depends what head. Never mind.
The one he's using.
A blow to the head can be devastating.
Yeah, blow to the head.
Blow from one.
I gotta put glasses on, damn it, to read the damn chat. So
sitting out gives someone the opportunity to take your job. That does make a difference too.
Yeah, Wally pipped.
Yeah. There is nothing to figure out. If you want to make it stop, don't play football. But they all love the money and fans love the hits. Yeah, you know what? If you were smart, you would, I don't know, play your rookie deal and leave. Or you would play a rookie deal, play like a 1-year deal after that, and then go. But nobody does that.
What percentage of former NFL players have, well, you could say any physical problem? I've seen some of the guys, especially when they pretty much did knee surgeries with chainsaws. They didn't do the scopes and whatnot. Some ugly, oh my God. But what percentage have head problems, have physical problems? I mean, are we making too big of a deal about a few guys having problems?
Good point. I mean, we talked about him already, Brian Baldinger, like with his
finger.
Yeah. But I mean, what is the cost? I mean, if you're saying that me and my entire lineage underneath me can have $200 million, I would probably take some of these diseases and ailments willingly. Is that crazy to say?
I don't know. I mean, how do you know unless you've actually had them before? But it's kind of selling your soul to the devil if you're willing to. I don't know.
For your family, though. For your family.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's the way to look at it too. I'm looking at it from a more selfish perspective. Like
I don't have kids, so it is different for me. But if I knew that I would get 200 mil, I mean, most of these guys don't even leave with 200 mil. We're talking Favre, but what about the DeMar Hamlins or the, Tua is maybe going to scratch 100 if I don't know. I'm just saying, generational wealth can be a hell of a motivator, like Modine's saying.
Sure. Modine finally making sense.
Yeah, Boba, it's not nap time. It's time to get prepped for this. Dude, come on. Scott, how you operate this next 5 minutes makes a world of difference on Sunday, brother. Come on, let's get us going.
That's good. Don't confuse comfort with laziness or sleepiness or whatever else.
You know what? Mike had it right, though. He said, me and Mike got to figure out how to host a stream from your position.
Why couldn't you?
We could. I'm getting there. I had a lot of help tonight, though. The callers were fantastic. Boba's chiming in now, but we're on hour 4.
Oh yeah. Well, see, I think didn't your very first show go really long, and then you had like another one that was like 6 hours, and
Yo,
You
they
set
attend.
precedent. You set precedent early on.
I did. And it's only because, I mean, I could go live 3 times a week for 2 hours, or I could just do one shebang. I like the shebang.
Friday night's a good night to do it. It seems like
2 days before game day, you might as well
Yeah.
say. I mean, nobody really goes on Saturdays except Mike. So, like the
Well, then
last hurrah.
even Saturday night, you're competing with college football. Hey, there's Boba. Oh, that was Boba that said that.
Yeah, he
Oh,
said,
shit.
"I'll take a settlement from Diddy for generational wealth." No mo. Wait, will you attend a freak off for generational wealth? Is that what you're telling me, Boba? There is not enough baby oil in that household. Dane, you still up? Barely, brother. We're just bullshitting. The last half hour we've just been bullshitting, but it's been good bullshit.
Yeah, we kind of left the Jets world, didn't we?
Yes, sir. And it was a good change of pace. Robert says he has three
There's a lot of
kids,
good
one of
Jet
each.
talk on the show tonight, Dane.
There was. And there was. Especially Rickie. Rickie really helped me out, man. He co-hosted a good hour, and it was pure football, which was nice. But not just that. The chat was popping, but I guess there was NBA news. I don't know. When Nate came in, they were all chatting about.
Knicks made a big trade.
They must have, because the whole chat was dominated by it.
Well, you haven't heard?
Something about Randall, but I don't even know the context.
Randall, they got Towns from Minnesota.
Didn't they just get Randall? Or wait.
Randall and DiVincenzo?
Nuh-uh. They traded Dante?
Yeah.
They're idiots. Dante is my favorite guy.
Well, now you're a Minnesota fan.
Why?
Wolves,
Why'd
baby.
they blow it up?
Who knows?
I need to know more before I weigh in. But Dante was my favorite guy on the whole team. Everybody can have Brunson, but Dante, the ginger, man, he was lightning, man.
I saw some flash somewhere that it's a done deal.
I don't get it. Hazel, has Murph checked in? How was his big date? I know it wasn't a first date, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know that he even knows anyone but me knows, so we'll see.
Well,
Cat's out of the bag.
So that's a good sign. Or
50,000 of us. Yeah. Well, maybe he's not home yet. Let's hope.
Yep. Watch out for that concussion, Murph. Put that helmet on.
Yeah, dude, the Reddick thing, I don't even want to talk about anymore, man.
Oh, yeah.
It's like when you run out of topics, everybody wants to circle back to Reddick. It's like, why do we want to do that to ourselves? Why?
Yeah. Yeah, to me, he's just like talking about someone from another team. I mean, he's never been there.
Yeah, Hartenstein left, I know. But find a way to get a big without blowing it up, man. I don't know. Okay, yeah, I mean, you might be a better team, but dude, the heart just... I don't care about Randall, but you find a way to keep Dante. You find any means necessary. Hell, I would rather have Dante than Hart, but that's a hot take. Yeah, it's probably a bad take, but still, find a way to keep those three. Hart's good. Hart's grimy and good. Oh, dude, Timberwolves have Lillard. And do they still have Giannis? No, that's the Bucks, ain't it?
That's the Bucks.
Yeah. Timberwolves don't have Lillard, do they?
Did he get traded there?
Maybe that'd be the only way because he was with
He
Giannis.
went to New Orleans, didn't he?
Dude. See,
From
I'm out of the
Portland.
NBA. I'm out of the NBA game. Hart
Yeah, I
and
don't follow
Brunson.
it too much either.
Dude, you can say that, Boba, and Knicks fans can believe it, but that team, the scoring without having Dante sprinkled in, it'll be felt. Brunson better carry you game in and game out then. Dante was, we'll see. In the big moments, Brunson will have to carry you scoring wise. I mean, hell, when Brunson got hurt with his wrist, what did DiVincenzo in a losing effort made, 15 threes? Scored 50 points? I'm just saying. I'm pissed.
Well, Towns is no scrub.
Whatever the green one. Yeah, the Bucks, not the Wolves.
The
Two
Milwaukee
different places.
Bucks.
Yeah. Milwaukee. Screw Wisconsin. All right, dude. I think that. But eat. What do you think?
Well, it's your show, dude. You got people here that'll hang out all night. You know that.
Dude, I don't. This can't be right, but it says 18 on YouTube and 34 still watching on Twitter. So I think we got some bots on our hands, but I'll take the views anyway. Because
do those count?
They do, but dude, there hasn't been a single comment from Twitter all night, but the numbers have been great. So I don't know. Maybe people clicked it and then just walked away. I'm telling you, Dante is legit, man. Maybe not like depending on the dollars they'd have paid him, but like, I love that kid.
They liked him in Golden State. He sucked when he was on Milwaukee. I remember watching him, but he just wasn't ready for the NBA yet.
Right? Yes, he bloomed in New York, just like Brunson. I mean, he was getting there in Dallas.
I get what Hazel's doing now. Okay,
what
I wasn't tying the Lillard in Portland to okay.
She's a big Lillard guy, but she tried to tie it to Dante and it didn't work. Yeah, she thought Lillard was in Tim.
Oh, and I was thinking, I wasn't even thinking Lillard. I was thinking his old mate that went somewhere too. I think he went to New Orleans.
Maybe the Pelicans.
What the hell was his name? Come on, Hayes.
Dame Dalla is all I know. Boba, you're good, man. You would just get our faint calories remaining. I would rather you call in when we're hype. Get our best, not our worst. All the teams in the middle of the country are interchangeable to me. I only do listen to her. She said the Midwest is a cesspool. No, she didn't say that. But
yeah, now the Ducks have to be there so much. Hayes joining the damn Big Ten.
Okay, yeah, dude. How many times have you seen Bo Nix play and you haven't commented on him at all the whole stream? How many times have you seen him play?
Who are you talking to, me or
you?
Hazel?
You.
I watched him play a lot of times and he was great at Oregon. He was. I remember watching him at Auburn, thinking, "This guy, what's all the talk? This guy's terrible." But he was great at Oregon, and I'm not writing him off after 2 games like so many people did. Bo Nix is the worst. I mean, he's played 2 games on a bad team.
I think the vibes over there are pretty good on him, actually. I don't know.
Very good, and he looked good last game. He really did.
And it was all coach speak, I think, but like Sauce and Quinnen were interviewed on that SNY channel, and they both talked him up pretty reasonably. Hey, he's their leading rusher, so like you can't just not watch him. So like in my opinion, you play him differently than you played Brissett and Levis and Purdy. Is Albrecht going to do that?
Oh, by the way, McCullough is who I was trying to think of, the other Trailblazer.
Gotcha. The last Trailblazer, or no, I'm thinking of the Wolves now. Never mind. I liked Al Jefferson when he was in Minnesota, but that's about it.
Big Al.
Yeah, you know him? Yeah, I liked him.
I remember Al, sure. How about Latrell Sprewell?
Roger F. mentioned lateral Freewell.
Oh.
There it is. Lateral. I like it.
My favorite who was there for a while was Sammy Cassell. I love that dude.
Like it too. Minnesota, that was where KG was too, right? Turn of the century.
Yep.
Yeah. That talk about it. And I know Boston, like he was annoying in Boston. I like Paul Pierce and Ray Allen, but I didn't like the Celtics. What I'm saying is KG individually, how could you not love him? His intensity and his work ethic. And does anybody have a bad take on KG?
Ray Allen was my guy.
That's another one, man.
That dude was smooth, man.
Jesus Shuttlesworth.
That's right. You got a name like Shuttlesworth, you're gonna be smooth. Or as my friend back in the day used to say, schmoove.
Schmoove? Like JB Schmoove?
That's schmoove. That's schmoove.
Oh, Chad, I hope you appreciate this banter. Oh, she's here for CJ slander now. No, she's not. Good thing she don't rewind.
What, he's the third best linebacker on the team? Oh, shit.
Slam. The boys be boys.
Tell me when I can come out, Dane.
Yeah, you better dodge a plate or something. She says, I know it's awful. The Pac-12 exodus makes me so sad. Sauce seemed like he was just being, you know what? Quinnen's thoughts on Quinnen anymore, you can't even take him seriously in interviews because when you hear him talk about Bo Nix, it sounds like he's talking about Doug Flutie or John Elway. Like he has mastered the coach speak thing to where you can't even.
I think Nix is underrated athletically.
No, I agree. Can he thread a needle? That's what we need to know.
You know, he was throwing the ball really well last week, but can he do it consistently? He had high completion percentage in college. I know he did a lot of those bubble screens and things, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Sean Payton thinks he has an athletic Drew Brees. We'll see about that.
Gentlemen, we need this win on Sunday. I thought when we were good, I wouldn't worry about wins anymore, but I am more hungry now for W's than ever before. Honestly, I think this win is etched in stone, and that's why me and Scott talked about it. We can't even fathom defeat in this game. I do tend to worry about going all the way to London with old bones and staying upright and staying in sync and then coming back and then playing Buffalo on Monday Night Football and then switching and playing Pittsburgh on Sunday Night Football and then switching and playing Houston on Thursday Night Football. That I worry about. Sunday, after 10 days rest against Denver, Sean Payton's ass, we're 3-1 already. Mark my words. After that, let's talk. I do think we still get the bite. 1 week at a time, though. Denver. It's a double-digit win for me. I hear your dog,
so.
your dog tapping around.
Yeah, I'd let one out. There he is, Raleigh.
Can you restore any confidence in Boba Jet about a victory on Sunday?
What? Who needs
He's worried.
confidence about a victory on Sunday?
He's worried. Yeah.
He's worried about the Jets?
Yes.
Boy, if you're going to worry about this one, it's going to be a long season.
I said the same thing. Worry about the ones in October. October is different, but September, we got this.
Well, I worry about the team more than the date, I think.
Yeah. Fair. Well, the timing. The timing is more than the dates, the timing. Like, and I mean that, like going overseas and coming back and then playing prime time, like that's different. Like that's real too. Like we have 3 or 4 standalone games in a row after Sunday, but like, and that I get what he's saying. This is must win, maybe because of what we have after that, but we know that with 10 days rest, and we're getting Denver, who's been in West Virginia for how long? Coming in, we have an advantage. Under center, we have a huge advantage.
Yeah.
We have players coming that are going to give us more this Sunday than is on tape. Like Mike Williams, he has nothing on tape pretty much. Brees has nothing great on tape yet. Garrett, nothing over the top on tape. We're going to catch them. We're going to catch them a few times, and we're going to catch them on some easy points.
And now, everyone is talking like, oh, Minnesota's going to be an easy win, but now people are kind of going, oh, maybe not.
I hate that it's in London. I know I don't want it in their dome either, but like going overseas in the middle of the season still sucks. The ripple effect. But since I'm so confident in them now, a loss would be even more devastating, I feel. Okay. So he's got a bubble and now he doesn't want it burst, basically. And I get that. But that's part of the fun of being a fan.
Well, let's face it, the Jets are that team. They don't lose this game.
Plus, we got all these guys. Look at that newfound man right there.
Who's that? Lazard?
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm not a fan of Lazard, that's for sure. But I'm a fan of what he's doing until Garrett and Mike do it better, which won't be long. Will he go into a shell when he's the third best at what he's doing again?
Well, he might be fourth.
Facts.
And can we count tight ends?
Yeah. And Brees.
And Brees. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I might have Brees full time.
He's overpaid, sure. But he's putting out this year so far. I mean, after he dropped the very first pass on third down, I was like, oh God, but
yeah.
Came back. He's come back since then.
Good thing Rodgers doesn't shy away from guys that get behind the 8 ball, because think about it. everybody was writing Ruckert off after the Titans game. And a lot of people
Like
in the
me.
fan base, yeah, they wouldn't have passed it to him again for like 5 weeks. But then you turn on the Patriots tape, he's converting a third down in the first quarter using Ruckert. And that's when I said, man, this QB, he has a big picture in mind. Because anyone could have got that first down, but to use Ruckert to get it when he had the bad game the week before, I said, yeah, Rodgers is a smart cookie. That'll pay dividends over time.
Well, as long as he performs. Yeah, my problem with Ruckert, I was getting frustrated. I feel like unless the ball hits him in the numbers, he can't catch it. But we'll see.
Well, he had a little. Dude, he looked like Kuntz that one game.
Yeah, and they weren't perfect balls, but a couple make a catch. It's not an easy catch. That's what I want to see.
You're right, JT. He hits whoever's open, but I do like that early on when it doesn't quite matter. Like, say there's 3 guys open, hit the guy that needs the confidence the most. Like, I think there's something to that. Because, like I said, a lot of people would have just said, screw Ruckert. He dropped that touchdown in the end zone. It went right through his hands. He's burnt. He's a bust. And
Well,
look,
people, Rodgers has that reputation that if you goof up, he's not going to throw you the ball. And I don't know. That might be for a lot of quarterbacks. I don't know if it's true or not, but they made a big deal in whatever year they drafted the kid from North Dakota State. Remember, he dropped the first play of the season, just a bomb, wide open. He dropped it, and then everyone said, "Well, now Rodgers, wouldn't throw him the ball after that," which wasn't true.
I saw that on tape this offseason too. Dude, it was a perfect ball.
Their first offensive play of the season, just
it was. Who was it? Christian Watson or?
Yeah, it's Christian Watson. And he was hurt a lot, and then he came back, and they did some good things together. But, some of that's just like this crazy narrative about Rodgers.
Yeah. Well, honestly, he's shown to me that he has a longer leash than most. Like, even with Lazard, like you said, you come out and he drops a key third down, like either right before or after Brees fumbles, and it's just like kill drive. Dude goes right back to him, and I know they have a penchant in the past and rapport, but then you see the Ruckert thing. He goes back to him, longer leash. You said Watson, longer leash.
I know Rodgers really loves MVS as well. And man, between him and Lazard, those guys dropped a bunch of passes for Rodgers.
Facts.
But he kept throwing it to him.
It's maybe it's more important that you're where he thinks you are than you catch it. I don't know.
Yeah. But they had a pretty good offense too. Guys, even though they weren't the best receivers.
Here is a parlay question, okay? Thoughts on the Vikings possibly, I don't know, sneaking one against Green Bay. The Rams, underdogs to Chicago and beating them. I think the Rams can beat Chicago. Vikings over Green Bay. I don't know. Is Love playing? Is Willis playing? Washington, they can beat Arizona. I don't know where all these games are, by the way.
Arizona's missing their tight end this week.
Yeah, what is his name? MB McBride. Thank you. Yeah. MB. Yeah. Where those games are will matter, but I think that none of them are like no ways. Dude, Jaden Daniels, which one are you going to get? You going to get the one from last week? Because he'll beat anyone.
Yeah. But youngsters are usually inconsistent.
Right. That's why what Rodgers is doing is more believable.
Yeah.
Because it's small of a window of like sample size, but you have the back history.
And it's so funny that people just wanted to write Rodgers off. Like, what have you guys been watching all these years?
That was crazy.
He has a decent year, which maybe doesn't look decent because of the standards he's set, but not a bad year with a broken thumb and all that rookie receivers and bad receivers. And
he gets no credit for that broken thumb, which was 2/3 of his 2022 was with a broken thumb.
Yeah.
And if you think that,
and then rib damage also.
Yeah, thank you.
Dude, totally being a leader, man. Took them that close to the playoffs. Lions were a better team than them. They shouldn't have beat the Lions, but
here's a question. Say we win it all. And I know that's a rabbit hole, but ignore the rabbit hole. Just say we win it all. What percentage do you place on Rodgers walking away?
I don't think he is.
What percentage, though? Because, I mean, it's more than 0, but, like, some think it's 99.
10.
Yeah.
He said he wants to
5
play.
to 10. Yeah.
Yeah. Unless he's having injury issues, but then they're not going to win the Super Bowl if that's going on.
Right. To get there to begin with, yeah. Things get, yeah. It's not even how we win. It's the like how likely are we to compete again as easily, right?
He said out of his mouth he'd like to play a few more years.
But the thing is, does hoisting in New York change that?
Why not? Why wouldn't he want to go for 2?
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Who wins?
Elway got 2 on his way out.
How do you win one and not run it, like defend it? I can't fathom it, man. That used to be a narrative in the 90s, like, oh, right off into the sunset. How do you not defend it? Like, I don't like that.
Elway did that. Peyton Manning did it, but Peyton Manning was awful that last year.
Yeah, they carried him, right.
Yeah, I mean, he lost his job to Brock Osweiler. Remember that?
I do, man.
He had
but the thing is,
making interceptions or something. He was awful, but that defense,
dude, it was ferocious. It was elite for sure. But like, if we do it, the percentage of team we do it with that's on the decline versus on the uptick, like that's where I'm at. Like, Rodgers is old. The rest of the team is not. The core pieces are not. They're still getting better. So, like, if it was, the Rams of what year that was, they won it when they were held together with baling wire, like, old, or whatever. I'm just saying, like, you could easily repeat. If you win 1, you can win 2, right?
For sure. Well, here's something also that needs to be considered. Rodgers is happy where he is now. He wasn't happy the last few years in Green Bay. So when you're not happy, you think about making changes.
Did you watch one Jets drive the other night yet?
Well, from what, just a couple nights ago?
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen squat this week.
Please watch that. But long story short, it was after the Patriots game. Him coming back into the locker room, hugging each O lineman individually with heartfelt hugs. He went to Woody and hugged him. He hugged Salah in the locker room.
Huh.
The take you just had about him being happy here will be exponentially greater because the dude looks happy. He does.
Well, yeah. So if you're happy, you're having fun, you're going to be more likely to stick around doing something. So
and put future careers on hold for
I mean, it's obvious. I don't know how many people paid much attention to him before he was with the Jets, but he wasn't happy there, and he makes little comments every now and then, like there was, wasn't anything to do in Green Bay. Just little digs, minor digs, but he's definitely in a better place mentally, for sure.
Facts. You'll see, and I knew he would be happy here in this locker room, but to see, and JT hasn't seen it either. What, dude? You'll love it. But key in on the vibe in the locker room after that win, and you'll just laugh at that athletic article the same way Aaron did. It's who the hell would think that what you're watching is disarray? And I know it's different after a win, but it won't even make you.
And he said it perfectly. I don't remember what show or where he said it, but he said, I don't care what anyone says. Wait, how do you phrase it? Maybe it was a person that I wouldn't ask advice from. I don't care what they say.
What did he say it about?
Well, they were just, people. Someone's asked him about all this shit that gets said about him in public.
Yeah. Yeah.
If it's someone I wouldn't ask advice from, I don't care what they say.
I love that. I do.
Yeah.
Because it's true. But I also love that he is plugged into what we are all hearing too.
Yeah. I think it became almost a mob mentality thing with the Aaron Rodgers stuff, and they just dogpiled on him for whatever reason. Probably because it brought him ratings, of course, talking about him, but it was just some of it was just so ridiculous.
2 questions. Allison says, if he was happy, why did he push his coach?
What? Oh.
For me, it was a playful shove, right?
Well, it's like a dude, it's like a chest bump.
Yes.
What it is.
Now, second question, because I don't want to linger on that one too long, because it was a playful shove.
Oh yeah.
Second thing, JT said he saw a Broncos creator say that his reason why the Jets are going to win is because the Jets are a mess. What do you think of that?
The Jets are going to win because they're a mess?
No, the Broncos have this one because we're in disarray.
He probably read that stupid article.
Yeah. Dude, I can't wait to shove it in their faces.
Well, it's just people see something they want to believe is true, no matter how ridiculous it might be, and they push it out into the universe.
And people don't like clicking on articles and reading them these days. They go by the title,
Yep.
It's sad. Yeah. But I just love that McAfee and Rodgers got together and they looked at, they brought up the Athletic article and killed it. That's more of that needs done, because how many of these articles get written and never publicly addressed?
Well, that's the thing, though. If you're Rodgers, do you want to constantly be talking about all the crap that comes out about him?
No. Do it once, though. Now, who's going to believe you now if you write it,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, people still, we've been hearing from his teammates in New York and even his teammates in Green Bay. What a great guy he is. You know, there's the one famous pain in the ass who's been on him, Greg Jennings, for years. But even he said, "Yeah, I was hurt and pissed off when I got released, and he got a raise, and that's where some of that all comes from." But you know, it's weird the way that whole narrative with him is kind of morphed and formed what it currently is.
It really is. And I think that's a lot of people support him just because they see that, how unfairly he gets it sometimes, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he's, you know what? He's kind of an open book. It's refreshing instead of the same old answers from every
Dude.
quarterback we've seen for the, you know, besides maybe Kenny Stabler since the history of football.
Yeah, because they're just regurgitating shit, and
Yeah.
like he actually has a
yeah, all the same cliches. Yeah,
Yep. I can't even say that I agree with 90%. Like, I do agree with more than I thought of his takes that are non-football related than I ever expected to. But not 100, and I don't care. Like, I can respect someone who doesn't agree with me as long as they bring it with the right, like, enthusiasm and research. Everything he speaks about, he's actually done. I mean, like I said, I may not agree with him, but it's a well-founded opinion by him, and that's all I ever ask by anyone.
Well, if you only want to talk with people that only see the world the way you see it or agree on everything, it's not going to happen.
I don't know that you'd want to anyway. You want to live in The Sims? You want to live? You want to live in The Sims though? Like, dude, come on.
Yeah.
You need banter.
Yeah, get out of the echo chamber, right?
That's a good one. I like that. All right. I think that is a perfect note to end on. Chat's still going strong. Time to leave them hanging. We just, because I stopped at 4 hours. Now we're hitting 5, Scott.
Well, I'm trying to read what is Roger saying something. What was more cringe?
Roger's on one. What was more cringe? The hug or Michael Jackson's wife Presley's kiss that said wouldn't last? I don't know. That I got the MJ that was creepy diddler. So I'll ask you who got the cool pop icon, Michael.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
The Michael I got was holding babies out of windows, but I was also born in the late 80s.
MJ's pretty cringe as it turned out. So we talking the little shove hug, you know?
Yeah, you wanted to entertain this question, by the way. I'm going to remind you. I'm going to remind you of that.
It wasn't even, to me, it wasn't cringe. I would have thought nothing of it.
Well, you can even see him say, 2 score lead. But I mean, his side eye was intense, but like, it was side eye. You gonna split the hair on side eye now?
But any little thing they can find to dig at Rogers with, they do it. And that's what we're resorting to now.
It's no wonder that a QB on their rookie contract can't survive in this town, right?
Yeah, well, that's always kind of been the case, but it started with Rodgers before he was in New York. By the national media, I mean, I think New York media treats him pretty well, right?
Hayes says Aaron Rodgers is a complete effing whack job, but he's our whack job.
I kind of like whack jobs.
Yeah.
Dudes that see flying saucers and go in holes and eat ayahuasca and do a bunch of weird, cool shit. I'm down with that.
Hey, you're out west, Scott. You saying that it takes a whack job to see a flying saucer? You're getting even closer to Area 51 now, aren't you?
Isn't that in Utah?
I don't know, but
How about
what about
what's
Area
the other,
52? Do you know
what's the,
that that's a place?
No, I know there's the Skinwalker Ranch. That's in Utah.
I need to watch that series, but
Oh, it's cool. Especially the second season starts getting even better. I like that stuff. That's some weird stuff going on there.
Thank you. At least you're not totally closed off about it. Like there are people that refuse any of it, and I think there's some truth behind some of it.
Well, there's scientists out there doing experiments and these things. Well, you just got to watch it.
You do.
Unless you're anti-science, then you just don't believe it anyway.
Well, even if it's like Russian stealth technology, it's still something that we don't know what it is. You know what I mean? That's the thing.
Yep.
Like there's. I mean, think of the drones and shit that's out there now. It's insane. But
dude, what I've retired from doing, that used to, when I was doing it, when I started doing it, there would be like a 2 or maybe even a 3-man crew, and then before I was done, it was down. The technology changed to where you could do it with a 1-man crew. Now, and then they also, so I was a land surveyor. They do stuff with airplanes, but now they're doing it with what you were just talking, the little
drones.
Drones. They go out and they do all these surveys, putting people out of work. Damn it.
Yeah, true. I mean, wait, you're gonna see a day where a drone is like the size of a wasp, and you don't even know it's there, or you're gonna see a drone that's big enough to carry a man and will travel that way. It's just crazy to think about.
Yeah. Well,
think of that.
We're land on me.
Yeah. Think of a drone that you just get on top of though, and it takes you to the Lions game.
Maybe Murphy got a drone tonight.
Good old Murph. He missed one for the books, man. A 5-hour stream.
Area 51's in Nevada. Yeah, I think Hayes is right.
Ask her where Area 52 is, because most people never
That's
even heard of that.
next door to her house.
Oh shit. There's many good series though that digs into this shit now on streaming services. Well worth your time, because they do bring up a lot of good points. I don't know if Aaron Rodgers saw something, but I do know that there are things to see somewhere.
Do you
maybe
think?
Not. Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
Do you think Aaron Rodgers has ever hung out with DB Cooper?
Ooh. Maybe.
I'm sure he knows DB Cooper survived that jump.
I need to research before I form an educated opinion on this subject. I'll get back to you on that.
You know who DB Cooper is?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that's.
I know the name.
Okay, he's the dude that got on a plane in, I think, Oregon or Washington, and jumped out of it, stole a bunch of money, jumped out of it.
Oh, yeah.
They never found him. They found some of the money, but they've never found a butt. And there's people who have said, "Oh yeah, that was my uncle," and people that that he was DB Cooper. Never been an explanation.
Yes, I did. Now I know the connection. Bro, where is Rogers from? Isn't he in Cali somewhere?
Yeah, up by Chico. If anyone ever says Bay Area, slap them. I hear that all the time. Chico is nowhere near and nothing like the Bay Area.
All the areas are in Nevada. Yeah, okay. It's a wasteland of whack jobs. Cooper was lost when Rodgers was 6. Yeah, but Scott's saying, did he later resurface and rub elbows with a $300 million man? Right?
Well, I think when DB did it, it was more like $1 million, which was a lot of money back then.
Oh, I mean, Aaron, the $300 million man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the chat's on this. Yeah, no, I knew the story. I knew the name. I didn't connect the two until Scott said that. But, dude, I don't know. I don't even think it takes rubbing elbows with a legend like DB to believe some wacky shit just from living out somewhere near the Bay Area.
Does he believe in Bigfoot?
I don't know.
Haven't heard about.
Well, how about we get him on the Danger Zone next week, because he already admitted that he has burners or something and he's plugged into some shit. I bet you he's watching right now. He's one of my 52 people watching. And this is my invitation to him next week to hop on and tell us his answer.
Well, he'll be out the. Wait, he'll be over in England. I wonder what time it'll be over there.
Yeah. Hey, warning in advance, Aaron. If you come on my show, you're going to get 12 other creators in the chat blowing you up to come on their show, but don't listen to them.
For sure.
I'm your only plug, okay? Oh, shit. Because you know that would happen.
Oh, dude. Well, any of you guys can
piranhas.
Say Aaron Rodgers is coming on. That would just be nuts.
Dude, you even see small-time guys show up on a channel, then a week later you see them on 5 other channels. It's like,
I've been seeing that. Yeah.
Come on, man. Ugh. I don't like that part of it.
Bigfoot. Was Hazel talking about Bigfoot? Maybe Bigfoot lives next door to Hazel.
He's from Willow Creek, so he's probably toked with him.
I've had some good times in Willow Creek. I used to live not too far from there. It's kind of they grow a lot of pot there. They have a Bigfoot festival there.
Here's some programming notes you might enjoy. I landed someone who's willing to come on for whatever I want at some point, whether it's one of these Friday nights or a separate video. Mr. Matt O'Leary.
Oh, nice.
Should I do it during a live stream?
Yeah.
I think so
Hell
too.
Yeah.
I think so too. I like him.
He likes to get a little silly sometimes.
Facts.
But it also talk some good jet ball.
I think he'll be a good blend for this chat, because this chat isn't totally silly. It's a good blend. A good blend. So,
but some of the guys stay. And there's nothing wrong with being serious, and we have definitely some serious discussions. But sometimes, I'll let your hair down.
Yes, facts. I like letting my hair down when there's more than just me and one other, because I gotta stay on when they leave. You know what I mean? Like if we get four of us on, or let's go. Oh, well, you see me in other chats. I'm silly there too, but
yeah.
All right, I think that's about it. If you're still one of the 16 on YouTube that are being quiet the last hour, or you're one of the 34 that are watching on Twitter that have been quiet for 5 hours, come to YouTube, smash the like button. Scott, I appreciate you hanging with me the rest of the way.
I got a challenge for Hazel.
Go ahead.
Call in sometime, Hazel. He likes to bust balls.
She called in.
Yeah.
What was that? The first round of the draft or the second round, and she hasn't called in since. What the hell? Yeah.
Maybe she got too many stalkers over that.
Last beer alert for Roger, man. I'm sorry, brother, but make it a good one. Shotgun it. All right. Without further ado, let's go. Let's get to 3-1, man. Right? Let's beat the
Oh
fucking
yeah,
Broncos
4
ass.
and 1. I hope they're not thinking like me, but I'm already looking forward to that Buffalo game.
Yeah,
I hope the Jets aren't even thinking that.
dude. Okay, would it be a horrible thing if we get to Buffalo and? Yeah, I guess it would if we're 3-2.
Well, I don't want to fall 2 games behind them.
No.
The head-to-head loss either.
Well, did you see who they play?
Huh?
They're away. I forget who they play
But
this
who are
week.
they playing?
They play Houston and the Jets, but who do they play this week? The Ravens? Yeah.
Oh.
The Ravens, the Texans, and the Jets all away.
Wow.
Do you think they lose one before us?
Yeah.
So do I. So if we're say we beat Denver, but we drop Minnesota, and they go 1-1, we can still topple them in that single game.
Yeah.
It's
and the
something
Ravens
to think.
need to win. Ravens don't want to go to 1-3.
Did you imagine that the Ravens beat them and then D'Amico takes one from them too?
Well, they got the first place schedule.
Yes, they do. Now they're paying for it. They didn't pay for it weeks 1 to 3, but they are now.
Yeah.
And you what? Just like Rogers said, they were out on us after week 1. Now they're sucking us off. He said on McAfee.
Oh yeah. And if they lose one of these next couple games, or if they lose to Buffalo, it'll be they can't beat a good team. But you know what? I've been saying, I'm going to keep saying it. None of these teams are who they're going to be in November. So let's see where we are in November.
And that's the thing. Everybody's sucking off the Bills right now. But when they play at Ravens, at Houston, at the Jets, they're going to be lucky to be 4-2 after starting 3-0. Where is everybody going to be then on Buffalo?
Yeah. No, I think it's not unusual for teams to start the season off hot.
Ebbs and flows.
And then not finish strong. Maybe I'm thinking of Arizona a few years ago. Remember, they were 7-0. They were saying they're the best team in the league. And they backed into the playoffs and got blown out in the first round. So,
yep. And agreed. You don't want to peak too early.
Yeah, for sure.
But, all right, guys. Have a good night. Scott, good night, brother.
I'm going to bed.
Yes, sir. Same.
Let's hear that song.
Let's see. Where's it at? All right.